Welcome, everyone, to the Wizard of Radical Self-Respect. My name's Jared Mello, and I'm the Shepherd of Black Sheep. I see Sarah and Kat in the chat there. Very good. Yeah, we got a little bit of new news here today because I was thinking about going over the Epstein stuff, but this stuff seems important to go over too. So, first, new DNA found at Nancy Guthrie's house. And the most important part about that is it is not Nancy's and not someone she knows. So what does that mean? Not Annie's, not Tommaso's, not Savannah's, not anyone, or the brother. That's pretty big. So that's the DNA of someone that is one of the suspects, clearly. And what they'll probably do is they'll put that in their registrar. They'll cross-examine it with people that already have a record. They'll cross-examine it with 23andMe. So that's pretty interesting. To me, they're going to wait for that. And this is something also that was glossed over in the beginning, but there was a glove found in Nancy Guthrie's house. They didn't say that, but it happened in the beginning. Or if they did say it, it was glossed over, but there was. And those things are a gold mine of DNA. So they're going to find out a lot when they get the results of that glove. Now, the glove, they sent it to Florida, and it's just a matter of how long it takes to get those results. And now, as of today, there are conflicting reports of whether is the sheriff not getting along with the FBI? Are they not on the same page? Well, the sheriff disputes what was said about it. And maybe that's to be expected, but that's what he's saying. Ellie, welcome. Don't forget, welcome, Mac. What's shaking, Mac? All right, Bethany, we'll be here. We'll be here for about 3 to 4 hours, no doubt. We're most of us black sheep are night owls anyway. One of the big reasons for that also is one of my suspicions is if you had a narcissistic parent and you had to walk on eggshells all day because you were always being criticized and people were belittling you, insulting you, putting you down, you got peace when everyone else went to bed. So that was the time that you could be yourself and your nervous system could relax. And to me, that could be one of the reasons that I'm a night owl. Maybe you as well. Hot tamales, welcome. Ellie, welcome. And what was the other thing? Oh, and in the thumbnail here, there's a sketch. There's a sketch of what the suspect looks like according to a woman who's worked for the police for years. She's sketched thousands of these before. And this is her best idea of what the man underneath that mask looks like. And if you look at it, it looks like he's Hispanic in origin according to that picture, right? But again, we'll see how accurate it is, but this is her best guess. This is her guess on what the suspect looks like. And notice who it doesn't really look like. I don't think it's Tommaso. But Ellie, how are you this evening? But those are the three big things here, right? It seems like that glove portion was really glossed over. But that's pretty important to me. And we're going to listen to people that mentioned this today too. Jennifer Koffendorfer, she's really banking on that glove bringing back some interesting results. So I think that's all very interesting. But if you're here, please remember to like the video, subscribe to the channel if you're not already. I go live almost every night except for Sunday, talk about true crime, current events, and I use my experience with narcissistic abuse, mental health, and addiction, and I apply it to those things. So I give it that perspective. And of course, there's an awesome flock of black sheep here too. And we might be guilty of having a fun time in here sometimes. And when the subject matter is serious, some people might not like that. But again, we can think two things and feel two things at the same time. We can be very compassionate and empathetic for the Guthrie family, but we can also have fun in the chat too. I think it's important that both of those things can be true. Gypsy, how are you? Ellie, I'm making soup. I'm living the dream today. I'm feeling pretty good today. Hot Ham, how are you? Livin, how are you? Make sure you've liked. That's right, Livin. You are the best. Oh, she's making it rain already. Hot tamales. Have Friday the 13th. What an ominous day, right? Friday the 13th. Boom, boom, boom. So thank you very much for that, Hot Tamales. Christy, welcome. I saw you watch the Dr. Z interview there. By the way, people, check out that interview I did with Dr. Z. I could have made that triple the length because I talked to her an hour before that and an hour after that too. So we were talking about all sorts of things. But let me know if you'd like me to invite her as a contributor on these live streams and have her be my version of a Maureen O'Connell or a Jennifer Coffindoffer. And maybe some of the other people I know too would be interested in doing that, but I think it could be cool. And I would be Tony Bruschi in that setting, or I'd be Brian Etten in that setting, or get this, even Megyn Kelly in that setting, and talk to them. It wouldn't be every time, but I think for bits and time of it, because they won't, I don't expect them to be here for the whole 3 hours, but for some of it, why not? And I think she's got a good perspective, and we got a good chemistry together, so I think it would go well. But let's jump into this here. We got some shorts to watch from Brian Etten first. Then we're going to go to Ashley Banfield. Then we're going to go to Tony Bruschi. Then we're going to go to, well, we're going to follow Maureen into the depths of hell. And I'll let you presume where the depths of hell are. Tess, welcome. Happy Friday the 13th. Hopefully y'all don't get mad at me for going into the depths of hell. What can I say though, Tim? Are we going to abandon our woman Maureen, our girl Maureen in her time of need? We're going to abandon her just because of where she is? What kind of friends would we be if we did that? What kind of black sheep would we be? All right. So this is the first one. So this is the sheriff responding to the allegations that he's keeping evidence away. And what you're going to hear throughout these videos today is there certainly seems to be conflicting reports of what's going on. So what does that mean? It means there's people speaking out of turn. What's their motivation for doing so? Are they upset? I'll let you guys determine it, but we'll go over it as we hear about it.
Hey guys, it's Friday morning. Just wanted to give you guys an update. I'm on the road in Tucson. There's Mo. So the sheriff is responding. The Pima County Sheriff is now responding to this reporting that he is not cooperating with the FBI with the Nancy Guthrie investigation. He hasn't responded to our request for comment, but he did speak to the local TV station KVOA, and he said that it's not true at all, that this reporting that I've been doing and that others have been doing, he says it's not true. He says they have a good relationship with the FBI in terms of them sending the glove to their private lab in Florida and not to the FBI lab in Quantico. He says that they basically agreed on that and that they wanted all the evidence to go to the same place, the same lab. It didn't make sense to send some to Florida and some to Quantico. Again, that is different than what I am hearing. I have heard that the FBI is frustrated, that the sheriff's office is withholding key evidence, that they wanted to send the glove to Quantico, a glove that was discovered in the house, by the way, we're being told, which is interesting and new, and that there's been this disagreement between the sheriff's office and the FBI. And I reported yesterday, as recently as Wednesday night, I am told that the sheriff's office was withholding critical information from the FBI. And yeah, but the sheriff is denying all of that, not to us, but to the local TV station. Apparently, there's a reporter who he talked to. They must have relationships with him because they work with him all the time. So anyway, I'll keep you guys posted with the latest. I'm going to grab an interview right now and try to get some scoop, and I'll talk to you guys later. Hey guys, it's Friday morning. Just wanted to give you guys an update. I'm on the road in Tucson. There's Mo.
So I heard about the SWAT team thing on News Nation, but I also heard that was more just clickbait. It's nothing even happening with that yet. There was a SWAT team mobilized. So I did see that, but as far as I know, there's nothing involved with it yet. So we might hop there in a minute, though. Because they've been saying that for hours. And I know other streams like JLR's stream said that too. What else I was going to say? So clearly, though, Brian Etten, he's getting conflicting information. And again, you have to ask yourself, who's telling the truth here? Is it black and white? One person's telling the truth, one person's lying? Or is it bits and pieces of the truth on both sides? It's hard to know, honestly, right? We don't know what they're saying. Let's see what Brian Etten tweeted then. There is an active situation happening right now involving the Pima County SWAT team. I heard about that, connected to the Nancy Guthrie investigation. I'm here, but not revealing location to not interfere with investigation. So, what do you think that could mean? I don't think Brian Etten would lie. He just might not be getting accurate information himself, which is different. That's not Brian being inaccurate. That's just Brian might be getting people that are giving him a spin. Man and a woman were pulled out in a neighborhood. What kind of neighbor? Pulled out of what? Welcome back, Kat. So who is saying that mom and whoever got pulled out? Where are people seeing that? Is that News Nation? So I only saw what Brian posted. He didn't post anything about that yet.
Hey guys, I'm outside Nancy Guthrie's house. It's actually raining here now. The first time it's rained since I got to Tucson almost 2 weeks ago. We had to get like a little tent out here. But I wanted to give you guys the latest. TMZ is now reporting that they have received another letter just within the last couple of hours and they're calling the person a man, from the man who has sent the previous emails from the same.
So by the way, we don't get a direct stream to News Nation on YouTube. If he's on News Nation now, we're not going to get it until that gets posted to YouTube.
Email, but this time TMZ is saying that the person is asking for $100,000, that they want $50,000 up front, and then $50,000 later after this person is apparently arrested. They are claiming that they have information on who the Nancy Guthrie kidnapper is, and they're also claiming that they have information on Nancy Guthrie's condition.
Yeah, but having someone in custody, is it an arrest? Is it detaining? Is it just questioning? It could be just like what they did the other night, right? We don't know.
TMZ isn't releasing that part. Obviously, TMZ says they have sent all of this information to the FBI. I'm not sure what to make of these TMZ letters. I mean, is it just someone looking for attention, or is it legit? TMZ says the person wrote in the email that they're going to TMZ because they want a sort of a middleman between them and law enforcement because they don't trust law enforcement. So that's the latest. Again, this is the scene outside Nancy Guthrie's house, and I'll keep you guys posted with everything else that develops. Hey guys, I'm outside Nancy Guthrie's house. It's actually raining here now. The first time it's rained since I got to Tucson almost 2 weeks ago. We had to get like a little tent out here. But I wanted to give you guys the latest. TMZ is now reporting that they have received another letter just within the last couple of hours and they're. Hey guys, it's Friday morning.
Hey there, Jolly. And we don't know about these letters to TMZ. I'm very skeptical of those letters to TMZ. And so we got to be careful, right? We don't want to say this person was arrested. It could just be another situation like that not Carlos, but the other person from DoorDash that they detained for a minute and confiscated their cell phones for a minute. So we don't know. We don't know what's going on with that. But the second something goes on YouTube about that, you better believe I'll be talking about it. Hot Ham said MSM is being a bunch of elitist biatches because this case, and I think it's because they're all very interested in not talking about Epstein. There could always be an element of that. I mean, did we see how Pam Bondi was acting yesterday?
Hey guys, so a couple of updates here. First of all, a big development from the Pima County Sheriff's Office. They say that they have found DNA inside Nancy Guthrie's home that does not belong to Nancy Guthrie and does not belong to anyone close to her. That is a significant development. maybe the second most significant thing since I've started covering this, the first being the surveillance photos that were released, that means that they have someone's DNA that could potentially be the kidnappers because it's not Nancy Guthrie's and it's not someone connected to her. And if you remember from the Idaho case, even if they don't have that DNA in a database, they can go back through genealogy and try to figure out who this is, try to figure out who family members are. So this is significant. The other thing is we know that the mobile command center and also a SWAT team is on the move. It appears that they're staging somewhere. That doesn't mean that anything is going to happen. It's similar to what we saw the other night, but it's something that I'm staying on top of. That's the reason I'm in the car right now. The DNA news, though, is a big deal. Hey guys, so a couple of updates here. First of all, a big development from the Pima County.
That is huge. I agree. That no, we didn't hear much about that in the beginning. That glove in the house, but that's humongous. The DNA in house. That's not Tommaso, not Annie, not Savannah, not Nancy. That's humongous. That's humongous. And I'm looking for new updates on YouTube about this person in custody, but I'm not seeing anything yet. I think it's still making its way through the rounds here. TMZ doesn't have anything. So, got anything live? No, nothing for the last several hours here. We'll see. The second I see a tweet or something about it, I'll let you all know.
I said, wait, do what now? Hey, everybody, I'm Ashley Banfield, and welcome to Drop Dead Serious. Full disclosure, I got another cold. Just do. And so I may be wiping my nose and clearing my throat. I just got over one.
So Lose Nation TV, though, has a picture of Brian Etten working. That's not on YouTube, unfortunately. Hello there, Maureen. Welcome. Tuna, welcome.
I just got my voice back, but thank you so much for being here. I'm just going to plug through this because it was a really big day again. I've been dropping these podcasts really late at night because I wait for everything. I basically watch the news so you don't have to.
So, Mike, but where is that? Is that just TV, or can I find that on YouTube? Because I think it's just TV right now. And this SWAT thing, they've activated the SWAT team. I heard that 2 to 3 hours ago, but they haven't said for what. George, welcome. I have to give you a couple demerits. You have not been here for a couple things. Demerit.
And the Twitters and everything else. But I got a huge collection of developments in the Nancy Guthrie case, not the least of which is something that is just sort of massive, and we're only finding out about it on day 12. They found a glove. No, not the one you think you know about. Not the one they found yesterday on the side of the road. The FBI picked it up on the side of the highway. They found a glove inside Nancy Guthrie's home. So they've had that for a while because they've been in there for a while, right? And now this glove has taken on a bit.
So, but April, who is in custody? Are they arrested? Are they just detained? What does that mean? Where did you hear it? Is it News Nation? Is it someone else?
Of a life of its own in terms of politics and anger and sniping. And I've got something else to tell you about tonight with regard to all that. Everybody's piling onto the sheriff because he's sent the glove off for testing to a lab in Florida. Apparently, everyone's saying the FBI is being blocked from key evidence. I don't know that that's entirely true, and I will tell you why.
So if you go to JLR's stream, he's nowhere to be. He's like on the road. So why is he on the road if there's a SWAT now? And his chat says Brian is on live. Yeah, Brian is only live on TV.
Talked to a couple of people tonight, somebody who knows the FBI processing inside and out. She has a very different take on it. And so I'm going to get to that in just a minute. But this glove was apparently sent.
And again, people, he's only live on TV. He's not live in a place that I can get to him right now. And he's not revealing his location because he doesn't want to ruin whatever they're doing right now. But the second that he says something not on News Nation, we'll go right to it. And the second News Nation posted on YouTube, I'll be able to. It's just not on YouTube right now.
To a Florida lab and not to Quantico, and that may not be a bad thing. Shock. And then also the sheriff himself, who has said he's not going to have any news conferences, he'll, not going to do any one-on-one interviews. He's going to let us know what we need to know when we need to know it. But he spoke to a local reporter, not just any local reporter. He told the anchor of KOLD, Mary Coleman, who was the recipient of one of the alleged ransom emails. He told her some things about this back and forth between, the FBI and the sheriff that's just taking on a life of its own in the media. I'm going to get to that as well. If you were watching a lot of the news today, you probably saw a big hullabaloo about the white tent.
So Brian Etten is only live on News Nation TV. It's not on their YouTube channel or anything else. It's just on TV. And that's what people are saying. And they're saying there's 2 people in custody. But what does that mean? Does that mean they're just being questioned? Are they suspects? Are they under arrest? But hopefully what we can do here is help people think critically about some of these things and understand what the verbiage means. In custody, what does in custody mean? Does that mean they were arrested? Does that mean they're asking them questions? Yet to be seen.
That went up in Nancy's entranceway. Yep, forensic investigators erected a tent, put the sides down, and went to work, but not before a lot of reporters saw the stuff they were carrying in. So I'm going to show you exactly what it was they were carrying in, and then the work product came out, bam, within a couple of hours of them closing up that tent. They only had the tent up for about an hour, but they gave us a description of the suspect, of that guy, that eerie, freakish night terror of a criminal who showed up on Nancy's front doorstep on that video camera, right? So they've got a description. I'm going to give that to you as well. They also have the make of the backpack, formerly black 25-liter Ozark Trail hike.
Now, the interesting thing is this time of day seems to be when the most action is. 10:37 Eastern is 8:37 Arizona time. And around this time, 7 to 10 Arizona time, holy mackerel, this is when the news is coming out. So this is the best time for this live too, by the way.
Pack. And then another backpack man surfaced today. Some other dude right around the same time, 5 miles away.
This has already been debunked.
At Nancy Guthrie's front entrance. First, though, I just have to thank you again for being here. Please subscribe. It really helps. I'm not sure if that's how you just click that thing down below, whatever it is. It really does help as an independent journalist to keep this podcast going. If you subscribe, it doesn't hurt. It doesn't cost you anything. I actually subscribe to people's podcasts too. So
you can't send links in the chat. You have to give me the name of the channel and the title of the video. So that's what you have to do. You can't send links. So you have to give me the name of the channel and the title of the video.
It would do me a solid. So I do ask you, please, from the bottom of my heart, subscribe. If you're already subscribed, thank you for being in this community. I think we're all of the same ilk. We're mindful of how much we want Nancy Guthrie to come home alive and unharmed physically. Obviously, mentally, it would be different. But we were also just sort of obsessed with how the hell this thing actually happened and what happened, right? It's just so perplexing. And so with you, I feel as though we're in this together, sort of this crowdsourcing crime solving. And mark my words, the true crime community does a lot of this. They found Gabby Petito, for God's sake. So yeah, you're important, and you're important to me, and I couldn't do this without you. And I also couldn't do this without my sponsors, and I've got a really good one that I absolutely love. I've got a bunch of it in my freezer right.
Kelly, just for you, I'm going to start interrupting every 4 seconds. How about that?
Now, Wild Grain, if you haven't checked it out yet, you have to. I got a lot today. And I'm going to go to sort of like most recent events to least recent events. So kind of like what happened tonight, and then finish off with all the things that were happening all the way through to this morning. And again, it's February 12th, Thursday.
So let's see. Pretty lies and alibis. The fuck? Why is there no volume? Oh, is this freaking just watching TV? I can't watch this. This is gonna freaking copyright strike the whole thing. Oh. So why are none of the rest of the live streams that are not News Nation? Why don't they have it? So the conspiracy is only the elitist MSMs, News Nations of the world, they're the only one that knows this, and they've kept everyone else in the dark. So that's why JLR isn't there and all that. Ah! Clever. Clever of them, honestly. Clever girl. But again, we just don't know. We don't know what it is. It could be a nothing burger, or it could be something. We don't know. Come on. Making me mad. I can't believe he did.
Thursday, as I'm recording this. You're probably going to watch it on Friday, February 13th. Friday the 13th. It just occurred to me. Okay, just be careful. Don't walk under a ladder.
So I was disappointed. I was trying to find Tony Bruschi and Jennifer Coffendorfer's video, but I don't know if they privated it or like hid it or something, but I can't find it.
The black cat thing I don't believe in, but okay. So Fox News Digital was the first to report this, and then everybody sort of jumped on it as well and confirmed it that a glove was found in Nancy Guthrie's home, right? Remember how the homicide squad was there that day on February 1st, the Sunday when she was reported missing? They came in and the sheriff said the homicide squad was there. And we were all like, wait, what? She's reported missing, but you brought in the homicide squad? So they probably would have found that glove right away, right? My source told me there was blood inside the home. My thoughts are they probably found that glove. And you know what? Thank God. Because I can tell you this. Gloves are a mine.
So Smut, you say Where did you see this? Chris Nano says no glove found at Nancy Guthrie's home. Defends ongoing work with FBI. So what's getting frustrating is we're starting to get a lot of conflicting information, and I don't like that. I don't know what to say about that.
Of information, right? There's so much information in a glove. Those plasticky, latexy ones, you sweat in them. And in your sweat is your DNA. So you sweat all over the inside of the glove and you leave your DNA behind. But you also leave fingerprints in there. Sometimes there's a little bit of powder in there. And if you sweat a lot and the powder gets used up, you still could leave some really good prints in a glove, right? And when you pull that latex glove off, flap, it pulls skin cells, right? So gloves are really good for the DNA of the perpetrator. And then, of course, on the outside of the glove, you would want to know that Nancy's DNA is on the outside. But since it's found in her house, I'm guessing Nancy's DNA is on the glove. So that's a good thing. Multiple outlets were reporting that the sheriff sent that glove off for testing to a Florida lab, a private Florida lab. And then, everything blew up, right? Everybody went fucking apeshit over this. So I want to set the record straight on what all that means. And I'm also going to read for you what the sheriff told a local KOLD journalist named Mary Coleman. She's the anchor of KOLD who was recipient of that first alleged ransom overture. Lots of outlets have reported that the sheriff blocked the FBI from key.
Why all of a sudden is there so much hate for Ashley Banfield here? I mean, I don't really have much of a problem with Ashley Banfield. I'm not sure why so many people are upset with her.
Evidence in sending this glove off to the Florida lab. Wow, that sounded awful and nasty and mean and all the rest. And I'm a bit pissed off that the sheriff's talking to Mary Coleman and not the rest of us, because he said he's not doing one-on-one interviews and he's not giving a press conference.
So Maureen, though, how do you know that? How do you know that that's true? Just because the sheriff said it doesn't necessarily mean it's true, unfortunately. Ashley Banfield's already conflicted with him about Tommaso being a suspect, for example. So it's interesting. I don't know what, and Brian Etten reported about the DNA. I don't know if Brian Etten reported about the glove in the home, that is.
But you know what? Good for Mary. She got good reporting. Here's what she wrote on her Twitter. I still call it Twitter. I just spoke with the sheriff and I asked him about this article from Reuters. Reuters had this report about sending the glove off to the Florida lab.
So Ashley Banfield says there's a glove. Tony Bruschi and Jennifer Koffendorfer say there's a glove, but then the sheriff says there's not. So I'll let you guys make what you will with that. I don't know what to say about that. What are you supposed to say when people are conflicting and there's different reports of the same story? It makes it difficult.
Tells me there's been no evidence blocked in this case, but says the department did want all evidence submitted to the same lab versus multiple labs. He says in a meeting with the FBI today, one of the agents said, quote, "We do not want the media to divide us." We've also reached out to the FBI for response on this. The sheriff said there is still no sign of Nancy, but they have, quote, good leads. Again, that's Mary Coleman's reporting. She scored an interview with the sheriff. Good for her. But let's talk a little bit about this. I talked to Maureen O'Connell tonight. If you don't know Maureen O'Connell, you should. She's a retired FBI special agent, 25 years, runs her own personal security operation on the West Coast. She's super smart, really skilled. She's been, at this game a long time. And I was surprised when I asked her to weigh in on this. She said, "I don't think that's such a bad thing." I said, "Wait, do what now?" Because everybody's reporting that the FBI and the local sheriff were at loggerheads and the glove went off to the Florida lab and damn it, the FBI didn't have access. And she said, no, I don't think it's a bad thing at all. In fact, she went further.
Don't get your hopes up. Ashley just teases Maureen here. She doesn't actually talk to her.
And she said to me that there is a private lab and she thinks, she's not sure, but she thinks that the lab that the sheriff sent the glove to might be the DNA Labs International in Deerfield Beach, Florida. And if that is the lab, they solved the Colonial Parkways murder cases. And when I say solved, like a lot.
Sweet Caroline just gifted a membership in the chat. She really is the best, so people should thank her, whoever picks up that membership. And I think when I count my memberships, I think I should do a thing where once I get to 50 or 100, start doing members-only live chats to give a little bit of an incentive for that. But also, remember to like the video if you're here, subscribe to the channel.
Like at least six murders are now attributed to a dead guy through this lab. And they're looking at potentially tagging another 15 more murders on him as well. The guy was Alan Wade Wilmer Sr. He murdered 2 young women in 1986, another one in 1988. And like I said, they've already, this lab, if this is a lab, if they went to DNA Labs International, Deerfield Beach, Florida with that glove, Maureen O'Connell says they're good. They're really good. And that there's not that antagonism necessarily automatically if you're using a private lab. So let's just throw a little cold water on that. I do know that there is acrimony in that department. My source told me about that a week ago Tuesday. A lot of acrimony in that department. And then there's been an exodus from the department as well, Sheriff's Department. Look, police have taken...
So I finally found the Tony Bruschi video, which is actually more recent than this Ashley Banfield stream. But it's getting confusing. We're getting so many conflicting stories here. Frustrating.
13 days now into the disappearance of Nancy Guthrie, the investigation hitting a new fracture point. Federal law enforcement sources confirming to Reuters, Fox News Digital, and News Nation that Pima County Sheriff Chris Nanos is blocking the FBI from accessing key physical evidence, routing it to a private Florida lab instead of the FBI's Quantico facility. Nanos denies it, saying that's all.
I'll tell you, there's a bit of a mainstream conspiracy here, considering it's only TV and News Nation's the only one who knows this. Interesting. It's almost like they're purposefully trying to exclude YouTubers and independent people, right?
Oh, bunk. Calling the report not even close to the truth. To understand what this kind of friction means from the inside of the Bureau for the evidence, the investigation, and Nancy, which I feel like with all of the chaos, we're starting to lose track of what this is about.
Right.
We are joined by retired FBI Special Agent Jennifer Coffindaffer. Jennifer, welcome. I'm very happy that you are here on this morning when this is the headlines that are breaking out. Jen, the FBI source told several places.
So here's what we have to think about, right? Okay, sheriff saying different things than Ashley Banfield and Tony and Jennifer Coffindaffer here. What are their motivations for doing so? Is there motivations for people to lie that are named Ashley Banfield and Tony Bruschi? Could potentially people be running with stories for attention and views? That's always a possibility. We have to just face facts, right? I don't tend to think so, but it is a possibility. The sheriff, what's his motivation to lie? Well, a good motivation to lie would be to protect your case and help Nancy's life. So that's the steel man of why the sheriff would lie. A not so good reason would be the status and ego thing, which according to some of these reports, that has absolutely been a thing. But then according to other reports, those reports are overblown. So it's getting to me, it's hard to untangle all of this, honestly. And I think part of what happens here is when there's so many people covering the story, people are clamoring for new news. The information is at a premium. It's very important. But I don't know. You could argue how good it is for the case, I guess.
The disputed evidence, the glove found inside Nancy's home, the DNA samples represents basically all the evidence in the case so far, and Nano sent it to a private lab in Florida. And the FBI wanted it at Quantico. For people trying to understand why this matters, what does the FBI's lab offer on a case like this that a contracted private lab simply can't? And what about time and effort and what the hell's going on, I guess, is the big question.
Mm-hmm. Well, geez, there's so much to break down.
Yeah.
First, I want to give caution because remember, this was the glove. So we're talking about 3 gloves. I think people are very concerned about this.
Mhm.
Confused. There's a glove that was found in the house that we know about if we're to believe this source information.
Yep.
There's a glove that we all saw. The Post took a picture of it that was found on the side of the road about 1.5 miles away. Then there was another glove that Fox News reported from a source that also was found. So there's 3 gloves that at least I tracked that has, some believability.
Mhm.
The one that was found in the house, that was found early on.
So Jennifer Goffendorfer says glove found in the house. Why would she contradict the sheriff? Or why would the sheriff lie? Sweet Caroline, thank you. Yes, it's so important to not jump to conclusions. Note to self. Whenever I hear jump to conclusions, you know what I think of? Office Space and the jump to conclusions, Matt. I have to warn myself of the same thing, Sweet Caroline. Thank you. Brian said on air, search warrant being conducted now on house. Which house, Tim?
Same time blood was found and all the other inside evidence. Nanos addressed that early on, that it was sent to the lab. Actually, as I recall, and I want to pull that footage, but I believe he said our local lab, and I think that it just means an offshoot of the Florida lab. But anyway, he said that lab wasn't accepting, and so we had to send it to a Phoenix. But I really think that is the.
So the video of a guy with 2 backpacks has already been cleared as that guy is innocent. They found him fast and they cleared him fast. So that second video of the guy walking amongst the cars in what looked like a parking garage of some sort, that guy's clear. So don't worry about that video when you see it.
Location that's the conduit to their Florida lab.
Mm-hmm.
So just to not be clear as mud, it went to their Florida lab contracted account, and that's who they send all their stuff to.
Mm-hmm.
That is really not what's in question, because that happened before the Bureau got involved. And by the way, why everybody isn't talking about that glove, this could be the sheath for this case. This is
the Koberger sheath.
Yes, this is the.
So Jennifer is really excited about this glove, the very same glove that apparently Sheriff Nano says doesn't exist. So Maureen, you were saying that in the chat. Where exactly did the sheriff say that? Was it a press conference? Was it a post of some sort? And when did he say it?
Huckleberry. This should be what everybody's talking about. This is what I'm salivating over. Mm-hmm. If that moron was dumb enough to take off his glove inside that house and leave it behind, or whoever else was assisting with him that had gloved hand, those epidural cells are very likely could be on that glove because of all the friction created with the use of the hand, the hairs that are on the hand and the fingers of a man, and then also the sweat that could have left behind DNA. So I think that there's at least a possibility of a hit here. Okay, now let's talk about the other 2 gloves, because that's where this whole problem comes in.
So a possibility of a hit. And a hit on the glove, I guess, is what you're saying.
Yeah.
Where should those gloves have been sent? Again, the glove that Fox said existed, and then the glove we know existed on the side of the road. They were sent to the same lab as all the other DNA evidence was sent early on, and that is the correct call. And I'm going to tell you why. They already have so many profiles and work that they've done on this case. If you send it to Quantico, even though they are the best of the best, plus they have the CODIS direct comparison right there that they can handle, it's starting all over. They're going to have to start all over. We're on day 14. We can't start all over. So we go to that lab. And my understanding is the Bureau agreed to that. I think it's really being blown up.
Well, Nanos told local media his reasoning was that the existing DNA profiles and markers are already used, like you just said, in that Florida lab. So it makes sense to send everything there. He says,
"Yeah, I mean, I like Tony and Jennifer Koffendorfer. I think they have a good chemistry together. And like I said, maybe Dr. Z can be my Maureen / Jennifer Koffendorfer in lieu of Maureen herself. Maybe Maureen would come on here. I'm getting big enough so that it wouldn't be completely out of the question. It would just be a matter of, does she like being on live?
The FBI agreed. This is what Nanos is claiming. The FBI source told Reuters the exact opposite, that leveraging federal resources is the fastest path, and anything less prolongs the family suffering. In joint investigations that you've worked, when the local sheriff and the FBI flatly contradict each other's account of the conversation about evidence, how does this get resolved? And who has the authority to force the issue here in something like this?
Well, let's talk about that. And I'm going to give you a great case that you and I agree on in large part.
And again, they sent the gloves to the same place. So before, we were saying yesterday it would have been better to send it to Quantico. Well, apparently, according to Jennifer Koffendorfer, she's going to say this in a minute, it's not true. You want to send the gloves to the same location. So you'd want to send them to Florida. And we're going to hear in another stream today that apparently the sheriff is in charge of this whole thing. We were confused before who's in charge, the FBI or the sheriff. Apparently the sheriff's in charge. What made that confusing was investigators on the scene didn't even know who was in charge. But apparently the sheriff is the one in charge.
And that is Delphi.
Mm-hmm.
Look, that case, and those people were about 6 officers trying to run this huge homicide case that were completely inept and not capable of running that case, called in the FBI a month later. And then years later, and then later got rid of the FBI, and years later, solved this case on their own. But the bottom line is, nobody has venue there except for Pima County. That's period, end of story. The FBI is there only at the behest, request, and good graces of Pima County. They have no other reason they can be there. This would have been opened as what we call a police cooperation case. That's actually the heading of the case. And it just means we can do everything. In other words, that's how they were able to assign individuals, resources, money, everything they're doing. They have full latitude. But he could shut down this case right now and shut the door on the FBI. He could do that. It's his authority, not the FBI's.
Interesting.
Is there any, I mean, and I guess that's an interesting thing, because there has, this guy is not new to controversy. We're talking decades of it here. And we don't need.
And she's the first one I've heard definitively say that. Yes, the sheriff's in charge. The sheriff's the one who invited them in. The sheriff's in charge. So it's good to know. It's good to know that she's being clear.
We go into all of it because I don't think we could go into all of it right now, but there's a lot of issues where he gets called out on something.
And as a former FBI agent, Jennifer Koffendorfer is not gonna. What would be her motivation of saying that if it was wrong? She has no motivation to say that if it's wrong.
And it's a backtrack, or then it's a deflection, or then it's just a denial. And I mean, this is nothing new for him. This is someone who is well versed in controversy and people calling him out on things. So when we're sitting here and we're seeing chaos, and we're 13 days into this investigation, we still don't have Nancy Guthrie. And now we're starting to hear about friction between the two departments. The end goal is to get Nancy Guthrie back alive. The odds at this point, probably not super great. But I think everyone is starting to wonder, okay, this time that's been wasted, which is the most valuable resource of all in this, Nancy not coming back, which I hope to God that's not what.
We're at 7 minutes and 55 seconds of this. There is a News Nation video that we're going to check out real quick. It's Brian Etten about the SWAT thing, but I think it's from a few hours ago.
All right, good evening, everyone. I'm Elizabeth Vargas, and we are following this breaking news that is happening right now in Arizona. The Pima County Sheriff's Office has activated its SWAT team and mobile command unit.
So this video is 3 hours old, by the way. So this is not Brian Etten live.
This all comes as the desperate search for Nancy Guthrie is closing in on 2 weeks. And in that time, police still have no sign of the 84-year-old grandmother, as scrutiny grows over the investigation. Just moments ago, I spoke with Pima County Sheriff Chris Nanos. He strongly pushed back on reports that he's withholding key DNA evidence from the FBI. The sheriff also confirming to me that there is DNA that has been found at Nancy's house that does not match anyone in the family or in her close circle of friends and acquaintances. He also discussed new video.
Oh, another video was posted just 10 minutes ago. We got to hit that.
Yeah, Katie, sorry, it's a little dark. We're in our car, and there is an active SWAT situation happening.
So this is the most recent video. So pay attention to this. This is about the two people are saying are in custody.
Happening right now. Earlier, I reported that the SWAT team was staging. They have now moved in on a house in Pima County. And again, we're keeping our lights off because we're very, very close to where this is happening. And we don't want to interfere at all. And we don't want to reveal our location, obviously. We don't want to compromise the investigation. But I know that they have already, from what I can tell, pulled two people out of a house. And I know that this is connected to the Nancy Guthrie investigation. That I have confirmed. Whether this is going to pan out into something significant or whether we're going to sort of see what happened the other night with the man who was detained and then released, that I cannot tell you. But the amount of resources here is massive. We saw dozens of SWAT members. We saw at least two SWAT trucks fully armored. There's the FBI that is now out here. There's the Pima County Sheriff's Office. And there's at least, I must have followed at least 24 sheriff's deputies and FBI cars into this neighborhood where I am now. So I wish I had more information. I have, again, confirmed that this is related to the Nancy Guthrie investigation, that this is a SWAT operation, that they have pulled two people out. So I wanted to wait to come on until I knew that we were not putting any, law enforcement in jeopardy like before they went in. They have already gone in, but we're just kind of waiting, Katie, to see how this plays out.
Brian.
So here's the question for you all, chat. This is what I would say first. For one, the fact they pulled the SWAT team out as opposed to just getting them out of the car and detaining them like they did the person the other night, a good sign that it's more promising of a lead. But what do you think? Is this something legit? So press 1 if you think this is very legit. They might be onto something. Or press 2, they're grasping at straws. They're just trying to do something to do something. But what do you think?
You say that there were two individuals who were pulled out by the sheriff's department, by the SWAT team. The SWAT team, just to clarify, is from the sheriff's department. This is not the FBI SWAT team.
That's right. It's the Pima County Sheriff's SWAT team. I did not see the FBI SWAT team. I know that the hostage rescue team, which I've reported in the last couple of days, I know they're also in Tucson right now. But it is the Pima County SWAT team that they are the ones that moved in on this particular house.
With the two individuals you saw pulled out, were they in handcuffs or were they walked out? Did they look like they were being arrested or just detained?
So it was a man and a woman, and it was hard to tell because it's so dark. And some of this is from sources. Some of this is not what I saw a little bit of it, but I'm also hearing that from several sources in terms of who was pulled out. So I couldn't see if they were handcuffed. But I am told it was a man and a woman, and there may also be a traffic stop close by that's also involved, which I'm trying to sort of piece that part of the puzzle together right now. But again, I do know for sure that this is connected to the Nancy Guthrie investigation.
So he didn't see it himself, apparently. He's asking people on the scene what exactly happened. And again, if this is for their actual investigation, the local law enforcement and the FBI, by all means, you don't want media blowing your cover there. You don't want media messing things up for you. So you let them know afterwards, right? You do what you have to do. So I have no problems with that.
I know you can't give us a lot of information about your location, but can you tell us if this is close to Nancy Guthrie's home, if this is somewhere outside of town? I mean, earlier this week, we had a man detained in Rio Rico, which is about 60 minutes south of Tucson, very close to the Mexican border. He ended up being released, although the FBI and Sheriff's Department did take some electronics from the home where he lived. So is there any information you can give us about just the general area of where this may be happening?
Yeah, so we're in Pima County. We're about 30 minutes from, I would say roughly 30 minutes from Nancy Guthrie's house. So we're not very far away. It's very, very dark out here, by the way. They don't have streetlights in this neighborhood either. But yeah, it's in Pima County. So much closer than when, like you said, when we went to Rio Rico the other night, when it was what seemed to be kind of a false alarm. They took the man named Carlos into custody. They detained him, questioned him, and let him go. But that was much farther away. That was like over an hour away, very close to the Mexico border. This is in the Tucson area in Pima County. I would guess, I need to look on my map, but I would guess about 30 minutes from Nancy's house.
Thank you for watching. Subscribe below and download our News Nation.
Oh, Chris Cuomo. So those are the two most recent things.
Got rid of the FBI and years later, solved this case on their own. But the bottom line is nobody has venue there except for Pima County. That's period, end of story. The FBI is there only at the behest, request.
So Brian Etten's new post on X is basically what he just said on News Nation. Appears 2 individuals were taken out of the house where SWAT operation is happening. I'm told a nearby traffic stop is also connected. I'm outside the house. So what could it possibly be? I mean, what do you think the reasoning was that those other people were detained at the traffic stop? We really have no idea. Were they delivering food to a place they thought Nancy might be, or the people who took her might be? What could this possibly be? We really don't know. We don't know.
And good graces of Pima County. They have no other reason they can be there. This would have been opened as what we call a police cooperation case. That's actually the heading of the case. And it just means we can do everything. In other words, that's how they were able to assign individuals, resources, money, everything they're doing. They have full latitude, but he could shut down this case right now and shut the door on the FBI. He could do that. It's his authority, not the FBI's.
Interesting.
That's interesting, isn't it? She's saying it's the sheriff's authority here, not the FBI. That's wild to me, honestly. I would have thought if the FBI comes on the scene, you would think they're going to be more taking the lead. That's what I would have thought. But shows me right. That's what I get for making an assumption like that. So I just would have thought they have better equipment. They have more resources. It would make sense for them to take the lead in some cases. But there are still advantages of local law enforcement. They know the area better, right? They know the area. They know people in the place. So that counts for something too.
Is there any, I mean, and I guess that's an interesting thing because there has, this guy is not new to controversy. We're talking decades of it here. And we don't need to go into all of it because I don't think we could go into all of it right now. But there's a lot of issues where he gets called out on something, then it's a backtrack, or then it's a deflection, or then it's just a denial. And I mean, this is nothing new for him. This is someone who is well-versed in controversy and people calling him out on things. So when we're sitting here and we're seeing chaos and
so here's another thing to mention about the 2 people detained or in custody. I think if they were someone directly related, I think what you would hear is breaking news, arrests made. How about that? So sometimes it's not what they say, it's what they don't say. Just something to consider.
we're 13 days into this investigation. We still don't have Nancy Guthrie. And now we're starting to hear about friction between the 2 departments. The end goal is to get Nancy Guthrie back alive. The odds at this point, probably not super great. But I think everyone is starting to wonder, okay, this time that's been wasted, which is the most valuable resource of all in this, Nancy not coming back, which I hope to God that's not what occurs. But if we don't get Nancy back alive, I think there's going to be a lot of looking and a lot of Monday morning quarterbacking. Well, could this have been different? had things been running a little bit smoother from the get-go.
A lot of finger pointing.
There's going to be, I mean, there's always an after action review of any case, and this one is going to be dicey for the sheriff. Why? Because really he needed the FBI's help on day one. And let me give you the point in fact to show this. Remember, I just reviewed it this morning.
Yeah.
Remember when he said, listen, we can't get anything from that Ring door cam. It's gone. We can't. You remember he said that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that was a blunder by the sheriff to say that. And I think she means Nest Cam, because she said Ring Cam. It wasn't a Ring Cam. It was a Nest Cam. Sheriff said, oh, we can't get it. But now we know we could get it. And the FBI did get it. So for the sheriff to say that so willy-nilly, and it's not even true, what does that show? It shows what? A lack of humility, maybe? Or does it show he really just didn't know they could? But either way, not good, considering they found it later. And that's the footage that we saw of the guy in the mask. The correct one at her home, not the one that's been debunked.
He can't. His staff can't, but the FBI can.
Yeah. So there was a lever to pull. He just chose not to pull it.
He did not pull that lever.
And John, do they know about this? I mean, do sheriff's departments, does law enforcement know blank?
And again, law enforcement is allowed to lie if they think it helps their case. I mean, they're not against like getting people to incriminate themselves either, right? So they mess with people a little bit. Their only fear would be, oh, we have to make sure that we don't get an illegal arrest and we didn't do this the wrong way. That's really the only thing that stops them. They don't want things like a mistrial.
Get that the FBI can step in and do all of these
Yes.
things. Could he have just pleaded ignorance? Oh, I didn't know they could do that.
Of course they did.
Well, it's easy to say, yeah, they did know this, but they're acting like a bunch of bumbling idiots, Keystone cops. Maybe they didn't know.
I believe they 100% knew. But I think that they think they can solve the case anyway.
So it's arrogance more than anything.
It's ego.
It's all comes down to ego, and it comes down to being sheriff again, right? We saw this in Delphi. Listen, my department can solve this on their own. Thankfully, once those ransom notes came in, they were like, oh yeah, I think we need some help here. Do I wish they would have brought in the Bureau earlier? Yes, because instead of seeing those photos and those images and that movie on the 11th day, we might have seen it on the 5th, 3rd day. And that was time lost. So that's my biggest gripe.
Yeah, I mean,
So the time lost matters if the local law enforcement and the FBI, or in this case, the local law enforcement, they just didn't have any leads anyway. They don't have any leads, but when you release that video to the public, I guess also what you're hoping is, oh, maybe someone recognizes this person, right? And they give you tips. Now they're going through the other problem of getting all of these calls. Oh, I saw this, I saw that, I saw this, I saw that. Just like you see these ransom notes that TMZ is getting. I kind of think they're ridiculous. And I think some of that is TMZ just trying to make sure the attention stays on them. But I think that's why you release these videos, right? You want help. You want help in the case.
It's a question of, can we sell this on your own? Yeah, you probably can. But you know what? Time is of the essence. So we need to step on the gas with this. And stepping on the gas means bringing in the FBI. The sources that have been cited with the FBI are saying, we had to ask them to help. They didn't ask us. Nanos earlier said, I waited too long to call the FBI in, but it's on me. I did call them in eventually. FBI sources are now saying, no, we actually are the one who kind of had to push this and say, can we help? We think you could use some of our help. That is what this is looking like right now. And I don't think the general public quite understands that. It's not just like the FBI can step in at any time. The local authorities have to say, come help us, or the FBI could, like in this case, the way it's sounding is the FBI said, we got more resources than you do. Let us come help. And it took him a few days to go, yeah, maybe.
Well, Tony, I'm going to give you a hot take here you're not going to like. Probably nobody's going to like, but it's spicy gin you got today. So
It's Friday.
And how? because I am so livid and pissed at anyone that is with the FBI, if this is all true, and anybody, I don't care whether they're an agent, behind the scenes, working, whatever. I understand that media is their job to get this information, whether they pay for it or just, interview them and get that hot interview. So I don't blame the media. I blame any sourcing on this, because any agent and any FBI employee that's decent at all and has any ounce of morality is not leaking anything.
And this is a good point by Jennifer. So the people that are talking to Brian Etten, for example, maybe even the people talking to Ashley Banfield, why are they doing that? Seriously, why are they doing that? Are they doing that to feel important themselves? Especially if they're bad talking or outright contradicting what the sheriff has said publicly, and the sheriff is in charge, and you're going to have FBI people kind of undercutting what the sheriff is saying, leaking things like that to Brian Etten and Ashley Banfield? What? So I would agree with Jennifer on that. Why are they doing that?
Now these perpetrators are seeing this, if it even exists. And it's mind-boggling to me. And there's been several instances where FBI agents and or people behind the scenes have leaked it. And you know what? They get fired and they get charged. And I love that, because they need to keep their damn mouths shut. I never cuss. Wow.
Okay. Counter argument to this, and I understand what you're saying, and I'm not saying I disagree, but I just want to counter it here for a second. Isn't that at the same point, almost in a way, you're punishing the messenger, you're punishing the whistleblowers, you're punishing the people that are standing up saying, look, you all are speculating on how chaotic this is, and this guy has a track record and a pattern of behavior of nothing.
I mean, Jennifer's right to me. Why are they talking to others if they're contradicting what the leader of the investigation is saying? You can get fired for that, is what Jennifer's saying. So it's a pretty risky thing for them to be doing. They must be pretty disgruntled, or what else could their motivation be?
Nothing but chaos and everything that he's involved in. Something needs to change here, because we still don't have her back. Are these people raising their hands and going, there's something really wrong here, because they want to get attention, or because they're trying to blow the whistle that the way this current ecosystem is functioning ain't functioning all that well? So I got to say something. That's kind of how I think the general public is perceiving this communication that's coming from FBI sources to Reuters, to News Nation, to Fox News Digital.
Well, I'm not even sure I believe it, to be honest. I think it's different people that are probably retired or outside of the scene that are saying, yeah, blah, 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 blah. And it's the telephone game a little bit. Because look at what they're reporting. There's been 5 items they've reported from source information. One is a secondary glove. Why do we need to hear about that? The other one is that the family actually didn't.
That's a good one, Tim. So, Tim, where'd you hear that, for one? Tim says that, and this is hearsay, I'm not confirming this, but I do trust Tim. Potentially the arrest is related to a hoax ransom. Interesting. Kind of a bit of a letdown, perhaps, but I guess they're trying to leave no stones unturned with that, and they're trying to send a message. Don't be sending ransom hoax. So, Tim, did JLR say that, or did someone on News Nation say that, or someone else? Livid? That's okay. Jolly understands. Jolly will send it again.
Hire a PI. I mean, we all saw the PI or security person that was hired. I mean, he says, I'm with the family, I'm the PI. So people can make their own assessments.
Excuse me. I misspoke. The guy who said that just told me that was just speculation. So disregard that about the arrest or the people being detained or in custody because of a hoax ransom hoax. Disregard that.
We're hearing about this. How does this help the case? Talking about any division. Anybody who wants to see any dirt on nanos, just Google nanos, because it all comes Nobody needs to hear from an FBI source about this. And one of the other things was, if it's true, TMZ reporting, and again, I'm not saying that the media is wrong for reporting what they're understanding. I'm saying it's wrong what's being given out. That the time that the guy was on the stoop, that they tried to alter that time away from 2 hard times that we know, 1:47, which was the time that Nest camera was removed, and then 2:23, I think it is, when the heart disconnected from the monitor. Come on, people. Why would you even be saying that? There's nothing that's helpful to the investigation. What's helpful to the investigation is the public getting those photos from the stoop and identifying this guy. Somebody knows him and they know.
Sweet Caroline is gifted another membership. So anyone who takes that, please thank her very much. And I thank her as well.
Who that is. I guarantee it. Too many clues for them not to know it's him.
I agree. And it's so important that that information came out, or hopefully we wish it would have come out in a more of a timely manner, but it took 11 days for us to see.
So the newest news, Fox News reposted this from Michael Ruiz. Pima deputies have road blocked off about 2 miles from Nancy Guthrie's home. I'm told that a warrant has been served. No official confirmation, but a local law enforcement source says one person has been detained. So a warrant has been served. A search warrant? See, I don't know. I mean, it's kind of turning into the boy who cried wolf kind of thing. They're doing stuff like this, detaining people, but which one will actually be something? I don't know. Maybe this is it. Maybe. I'm not ruling it out.
Photos and the videos from the doorbell camera, the first visual evidence in 11 days, a masked individual in gloves carrying that backpack and the holstered weapon approaching the door, covers the camera with cilantro or brush or whatever the hell that was. Every frame in that tells the story, the gear, the movement, the improvisation. And what does it actually tell us? That's what I want to get into right now. Jennifer Coffindaffer, retired FBI special agent, is with us to help get a take on what exactly it is we were looking at with that the masked man on Nancy Guthrie's porch.
And I'm torn on this, honestly, because is it they're just doing their due diligence and they're trying things and they're really on the right track? Or is it no, they're just kind of throwing shit up against the wall at this point to see what sticks? I don't know which one it is, to be honest.
Been discussing this all week. It came out. This is the first time that you and me have had a chance to sit down and discuss this. Jen, the floor is yours. What did you see in that video of that man approaching that porch?
I saw a guy that was very familiar with there. He beelined straight to that camera because he knew where it was. And some people say, well, Jen, that's where everybody's camera is. Well, no, my camera is off to the side on a different wall. So everybody has their camera in different spots. He beelined straight to that. So somebody either told him it was there, he cased the location and knew it was there, or he has been there before and was familiar with it.
So all signs point to someone being very local to the area, very familiar with the area. Brian Etten said the same thing when he did his little GPS ride, saying, yeah, someone wouldn't be able to do this unless they knew the area. So again, has to be local. So maybe that's why they're trying to detain and question all these people, because they think, hey, has to be somebody around here, right?
That was the first thing I saw. Secondarily, that pistol that was holstered in that ridiculous holster with no thumb break in the front region, that is somebody who doesn't know how to handle a gun well, and he wanted to be able to easily draw it to scare and manipulate Nancy. I was so happy to see that wasn't a K-bar knife, right?
Right.
Different discussion.
This murder brought to you by K-bar.
Yeah, this was something when you see somebody with a gun go in there, and we never heard about casings or that, anybody was shot. This told me it was used for manipulation, much like in the Delphi case, right? That was a situation. They believe anyway that there was a gun used to manipulate the girls. back to this case, though. The other thing I saw, he was prepared, but not fully prepared, because he had to pull up some scrub brush to obscure his face. He realized, yeah, the hand isn't working because I actually need that hand to remove it. So now what am I going to do? So this is no professional. I would submit this is his first rodeo at abducting an 84-year-old woman, or any woman, or any person for that matter. So he decides to use a Walmart backpack that's easily identifiable. He has a mask that's, I think, has already been identified. I haven't posted on it. I'm getting ready to. He is stepping with shoes on that Satil tile. They're going to know his exact shoe size. They've already determined his height. He spent way too long on that porch, unconcerned. Tony, this is not a professional, but he has done a great job at evading law enforcement. So I'll give him that.
But so doesn't it seem? Oh, go ahead, Tony.
So Jennifer Koffendorfer thinks that this guy is not a professional in any way. That would rule out any cartel involvement, even though we kind of ruled that out yesterday, because why would they be doing this? Jennifer Koffendorfer thinks not experienced, new to crime. So that's her experience. But that being said, whoever has done it, they've evaded law enforcement this long. So she gives him credit for that.
So that all being said, that this is not a professional. You said, I mean, it's maybe his first rodeo. Was this a planned abduction? Or is this a B&E gone horribly wrong? He was in that house for like apparently 40 some minutes, if we're to look at the timestamps and everything. Is that someone that's like, oh God, what do I do now? Did something go horribly wrong in that house with Nancy Guthrie? Maybe the intent was she'll just sleep through the night and never know anybody broke in. I mean, this doesn't seem like a man that is ready to go steal a person unless something horribly changed in those 40 minutes. And he thought, it's better to not have a body than there is having a body being found here.
This is planned, Tony.
You think? Okay. So you're telling me you think this was prepared to go in and it was intended to be an abduction, nothing else.
I do.
Okay.
So, but if this is somebody who this is kind of their first rodeo, not prepared, how are they evading arrest this long?
Well, because that ring camera, or sorry, that Nest camera was taken. The neighborhood has a light pollution policy. Have any of you guys ever lived in a neighborhood like that?
Haven't lived in one, but have visited one. We've got one in Door County, Wisconsin.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. I mean, it's lovely at night. You can see the stars. It's beautiful, but it's also not exactly opportune when you're trying to investigate a murder.
Exactly. And I lived in one, and it's insane. I mean, you walk outside and you look up and it's like Dances with Wolves skyline with all these bright stars. Nobody is allowed to have not even a porch light on.
Yeah.
So now.
True. Mike with the super chat. Thank you, Mike. Let's see what you have to say. BG lives in the house. BG lives in the house. Pima County prosecutor, now Arizona AG officer, prosecutor for elder financial abuse, a card on Nancy's door, adult protect services. I'm having a hard time understanding this. Who is BG? Well, thank you for the super chat, and explain to me what you meant with that.
What do we have? What does a camera need to have a picture? It has to have some ambient light. Now, I think this is really promising, though, seeing how well this Nest camera did. Again, there was light, and it did well. We have not seen any footage from that ceiling or from the roof yet. The law enforcement is going to have that because that camera is intact and has its hard drive. So I think they already have that. By the way, this guy didn't take her out.
And one of the things that warms my heart as well is when I see people in the chat, the fellow black sheep, supporting one another. That makes my day, and I'm really proud to see it.
Back ride. Somebody pulled up, or a car is there. There's one photo. I swear, I think I see a car. I also need to post about that. I just have not had time. But I believe there's a car, and that license plate readers and other cameras perhaps in that neighborhood are going to grasp that. You know, it's not as easy as Idaho, where you've got cameras everywhere, open area. You don't have cactus every 3 feet, but it's going to be captured. That Circle K got something important as it is, and let's not forget the FBI and law enforcement is constantly seemingly at Annie and Tommaso's house. They're either there picking up mail, or they're there conducting evidence searches, or they're searching around in their bushes, or they're recanvassing their neighbors. Look, they have not let go of that, and I think that's because they are not satisfied with the alibi provided.
I want to throw this at you about that premise, because I know obviously early on there was some reporting from some outlets that one of them was a prime suspect. It was like day 1 or 2, that quite a word being thrown around at somebody. The idea here that immediately, I mean, number one, anybody in that family is going to be somewhat of a suspect initially until they can basically rule them out. So, I mean, that is understandable at the beginning, all these days in. If we are to understand how Nancy Guthrie was operating throughout her life and in these last handful of years, you have the daughter down the road who's pretty much the caregiver. You know, she's the one, she's close by, so she can check on mom, do this, do that. So a lot of the information that's going to be coming and going about the world of Nancy Guthrie is probably going through Annie. It's probably going through her communication, probably going through her email and this and that. So she can help take care of her mom. So it would make a lot of sense that the FBI is looking at all of the details, all the digital evidence, all the digital footprint of everything that the family is involved in. Not necessarily, I mean, to rule out number one, but not necessarily because they truly are going to come down to be the suspect here or a person of interest or anything like that, but because they were the gatekeeper for 80% of Nancy's life in the last handful of years.
I agree with you, Tony. I don't think you can make the leap that just because they're there and conducting all this investigation, that means that they are the suspect necessarily. But what it does.
So apparently there was a card left from Adult Protection Services on the door of Nancy's home, but that's normal when someone goes missing or abducted. I mean, I don't know why they would do it, but I guess it's just standard operating procedure, I guess.
Tell me is that they're not eliminated, which they well said that
Sure.
is eliminated. By the way, they did say that Uber driver was eliminated, and I believe Carlos down south is eliminated. And obviously the backpack guy in the alley 5 miles away, he's been eliminated. So there have been some eliminations. What I would like to see in this case is law enforcement come forward like they did in the Idaho 4 case at this time and just say, listen, these guys are eliminated and the rest remain. I think the problem, though, with doing that is when you look then at who remains, it could be problematic. And that's why I don't think they're going to do it.
Let's talk about that other video that came out, the backpack guy video. And we call it the backpack. I mean, I know both of them had a guy with a backpack on. One of the guys had 2 backpacks. And we're talking about the video where he's by the cars.
Any talk about this is a debunked video. So this means nothing. This video, nothing. This is already debunked. This guy is clear. It's wild how many people are still talking about it, but he's clear. And this was clear as of last night.
5 miles away. That's actually not close at all, in my opinion. This wasn't in a neighborhood.
So that happened 5 miles away, and Jennifer Koffendorfer is correctly saying 5 miles is not close. So it makes sense to her that it's not related in any way.
Timing doesn't work. So basically, it's a complete rabbit hole and junk.
And nothing to see here. Yeah.
No, just more noise.
And that's the problem. There is so much noise in this case. And behind the scenes, I think we all want to hope and pray that they have far more than what they're releasing. I mean, and look, I mean, in like the Kohberger case, because that's all we can do is look back at other cases.
Well, they found him. They were able to find him quickly. And then they said he's cleared of whatever they were thinking was going on. So whatever they were looking for, they didn't find it. And so they said, okay, you're free to go.
what is being said versus what's actually going on. In that case, you had Chief Fry flat out saying to the media that, we have no persons of interest at this time. We're asking for your help. Send us this, send us that. Meanwhile, in the background, they're following Koberger to Pennsylvania. So, and they already had his name because they had the DNA profile from the knife sheath while they're publicly releasing that sort of messaging. What, in your experience, what is your gut telling you right now, Jen, of what is actually going on behind the scenes in this case versus what they're publicly stating?
Oh my gosh, look, there is so much going on behind the scenes. Remember, they have all this information from searches. Look at the cameras that we've just talked about here, and there's so much more that they're going to be looking at. The license plate readers, other businesses that would have captured vehicles. They have so much to go over. By the way, I also, and nobody's really talking about this, I know I've talked about it early on, and I'm going to say it again. These people would have all been polygraphed and buccal swabbed. When I say these people, the pool guy, the lawn guy, the housekeeper, Annie, Tommaso, the whole family. Yeah. Everybody that's happened. Gosh, I want to see those results. But we're not going to see them. But there's so much going on from that aspect as well. So that's what they're doing. As far as their messaging, listen, the messages we hear, for instance, from the sheriff, the people doing the work are probably 3 or 4 levels below him. He's got his chief and this person and this person. Unless they put up the case agents and the detectives assigned, you never really know. And that's why he sounds like he has no idea what's going on, because he doesn't. His briefings haven't been good enough, and he's not a professional speaker, just like what happened with Fry.
Good example of the old ambulance chasers. Morgan and Morgan, Law and Crime Network, advertises for them. But that's basically what they do. Oh, you're a personal injury lawyer, or have you had problems with this? I'll sue them for you. It's low brow, if you ask me.
Remember what Fry did? They ended up getting $1 million grant, and they hired a company to do their messaging. It was too late, but at least they thought to do it. And that's why you see.
And that's a good idea, Bella. I've been doing some of that too, writing some of it down. What I've been learning in some of these cases is the more we talk about it, I can almost get more confused as time goes on, because there's so many conflicting reports and people backtrack or people say different things. And what used to have a firm grasp of things in the beginning, you can kind of get twisted up by all the other information that comes out. But I would say this: a lot of times your first instincts are probably correct. But when you get bombarded with all this information, you might start second guessing yourself. So when you take a step back, you would think, okay, that's probably more likely, especially when there's so many conflicting reports.
And I always say this, that's why the Bureau doesn't talk, or talk limitedly, because you can just only stick your foot in your mouth. It's best to be quiet and go about getting these cases done. And you said it early on, Tony, there's a life on the line here. This isn't like you're solving a case, you're solving it. More importantly, you were trying to find a human. So
miserably alive.
Yeah, I mean, that's why, all of this, it's like, okay, because we talk about cases of how do we get there? How do we get this solved? And it'll take time. We don't have time. So like anything and everything right now that can be executed to use needs to be executed to use. It can't be, we can't have that gray area right now. We have to go absolute as far as we can with all the resources that we have. And ego needs to get out of this equation. Unfortunately, it seems like there's been a lot of that mixed in so far. 12 days in, 13 days in, over 8.
Sweet Caroline, thank you so much. Yes, it's like dating a narcissist. Absolutely. Very good analogy there, Sweet Caroline, because that's exactly how it is. Thank you very much for the super chat. Also, remember to like the video while you're here. Subscribe to the channel. We've got a great flock of black sheep here to talk to that between all of us in the chat, we got experience with a lot of different things here. And I go live almost every night, talk about true crime and current events. And I use my experience and knowledge with addiction, mental health, and narcissistic abuse. I've been through all those personally. So I apply that knowledge to true crime and current events.
8 1,000 tips. That number just keeps rising. A delivery driver detained, questioned for hours, home search, then released. He says agents told him his eyes resembled the masked figure. His mother-in-law thought it. That's not going to be a fun Christmas. A black glove recovered 1.5 miles from the home. FBI Director Kash Patel personally posting footage on social media. Jennifer Coffindaffer, retired FBI special agent, is with us to help us try and understand what's going on behind the scenes, especially when you have a case like this and they're asking for help and people are giving tips. The reality is there's only so many people to run down these tips once they come in, and you got 8,000 or more of them coming in, thousands pretty much on a daily basis right now. How on earth do they handle that load? How do you prioritize when you got somebody saying, hey, I got this video doorbell here, hey, I think this, hey, I got this, all different types of tips, different ways of communicating this, and only so many humans to do the follow-up? How are they doing this?
I'm going to tell you, and these were always my favorite cases, is running these command posts and being in the epicenter of this, because it's
Lisa, welcome to the chat, Lisa. Thank you very much for the super chat, Lisa. Hi, guys. For a minute, I thought Jared had Brewski on as a guest. No, I wouldn't be against that. I don't know if he would do it, but it would probably make more sense for me to have Jennifer Coffindaffer on than Tony Brewski. But if you saw my interview today with Dr. Z might do some of this with me at certain times too. I can invite others as well. But thank you very much, Lisa.
amazing to watch. You literally have banks of individuals that are taking in these calls. From there, you have these write-ups that are written, and then you have agents that are making decisions, triaging that information. In other words, yeah, we need to get on this. No, this is a cuckoo bird. Yes, this needs to be looked at, but it's not as time sensitive. And then you literally have teams standing by of agents and officers that are ready to descend. So here's your next assignment. Here's your next assignment. And you literally have this very organized blitzkrieg of information that comes in, but then is handled as timely as humanly possible. So it's a beautiful thing to see, and this is what the FBI does the best.
Ransom notes. Obviously, we've seen a lot of those come and go, and time windows pass, and no money changing hands, and also no.
Well, the video from last night overall got over 100,000 views. It got 119,000 views. There were several thousand, 3,000 to 4,000 in here at a time. So not 90,000 at once, but there were over that many views, which, granted, that's pretty good. And I'm very grateful for it.
Proof of life either. A lot of speculation as to, is there any legitimacy to these ransom notes? Do they have anything to do with Nancy Guthrie's disappearance, or are they completely noise? Connected or noise, Jen? What do you think?
Noise. Okay. Listen, this ransom note fiasco is what happens behind the scenes on so many cases.
Mm-hmm.
This is not unique. What's unique about it is that everybody's hearing about it and watching it play out really, real time, because it's in this case. But these people are extortionists. They are pathetic. They prey on these families and pray for money. But listen, came in 3 days late. They did not target the family. They went straight to the media. When they weren't getting the media play they hoped to get, they went to TMZ, finally got the media play they hoped to get. I really don't think this is going to be connected, and I don't think this ever had anything to do with money. This had to do with torture the family.
Let me ask, okay, why? What's the motive here? What is the motive? Like, just somebody, what are your thoughts?
This is a great question by Tony. I've been caught up on this one myself. I'm curious what Jennifer's going to say. But what's the motive here? Money, revenge, politics? Let's hear what Jennifer has to say.
Wackadoodle.
This is what these people do. It happens with behind the scenes so often. It's unbelievable. They even get the person's voice.
Sure.
They use that. They send out ransom demands with the people's faces. This is not unusual.
Sure. I guess I think maybe I didn't phrase my question right. I'm not asking why. I get why. I mean, some horrible actor would be like, "Hey, let's try and get some money and torture this family," and But I guess my question more so is if all of these ransom notes are simply noise, and we're really talking about two completely separate cases. Take all the ransom out of it. Take all of the videos that Savannah and her family has done, begging and pleading, and we're going to pay and all that. Take it all out as if it never happened, as if it's not part of the case. We're just sitting over here left with someone who took Nancy from her home, but they have not asked for any sort of money. They have not done any sort of ransom note. Is that an abduction? What is the purpose there then? I guess what's the point? Why was Nancy taken? If they're not going to ask for money, if they're not going to try and get something out of this, what the hell happened here?
I see what your point is.
Yeah.
In my opinion, this was an abduction, and I always go back to who benefits from Nancy being gone.
Yeah.
Okay, that's the question we were asking in the chat the other day. Who benefits? Who benefits? What do you think, chat? Who benefits from this?
Who?
Do you think they knew that this was Nancy? Do you think they knew specifically who they were targeting?
Yes.
Okay.
That this wasn't some sort of B&E gone wrong. I mean, because the other take I had on this is that this was a B, and you've known a B&E gone wrong. They freaked out. They'd rather not leave the body there than get charged with murder. If you can disappear the body and you never get caught, then, it is what it is. You're able to get away with something horrible, maybe never intending for it to.
So Jennifer didn't really have a theory. I think Tony was trying to get a theory out of her, or a hypothesis, but she didn't give one. She just said who benefits. And I'm a little curious who benefits too. I mean, is it the political angle, the distraction angle? You could see if there was a successful ransom angle, but it doesn't seem like there is. And I think there's probably more fake ransom notes than real ones.
Have gone that bad. But I think that's an interesting element. And I spoke to this last night on Court TV of if this is someone that is not a sociopath, it's not a psychopath, that for whatever reason, thought that the best route to get money to provide for one's family is B&E, is robbery, is whatever. Because there's a lot of people who think that, well, this is the path to take. And they somehow justified it in their mind that they're taking money from the rich old lady who's not going to miss it anyhow, or whatever the hell they're telling themselves. And then something this horrible goes wrong and she dies and they end up trying to get rid of the body. That's a person that probably has a bit of humanity in them compared to like a Koberger or just like straight out psychopath. And my guess is they might be sitting here looking at this in absolute horror, going, oh my God, I can't unwind this, but here I sit right now. And there's, more importantly, a lot of other people around that person that are watching this that may know that that person is responsible for this. And either they speak up and turn that person in, or the guilt and the pressure and the realization that, well, the semblances of humanity that I have around me, that I'm caring for, that I'm robbing people for, they're all now seeing me as a monster. And I'm not a monster. I didn't intend to go kill anybody. I didn't intend for all this to happen. But now this mountain of shit has, come upon me. That little bit of humanity there, I wonder if that's going to be enough to make somebody step up at some point.
All right, new Pima County Sheriff Department tweet 4 minutes ago. There is no press briefing scheduled for tonight regarding the Nancy Guthrie investigation. A written statement is forthcoming. Interesting. So what do you think that means? I kind of think if it was something huge, they'd want to announce it verbally. But what do you think? Oh my God, the first comment, your whole operation is sus. No wonder Turning Point USA calls Arizona home. Oh my God. We didn't expect one, can only do interviews with hand-picked reporters. Oh my Lord.
And go, this is insane. This is horrible. This is not what I intended. I should have stepped up further. I'm assuming Nancy died at the beginning. Honest to God, I don't think they're sitting there, holding her hostage. That's my take on it.
Danielle from hell. You're the best, Danielle. Happy Valentine's Day to you too. Are you all going to be my Valentines today? Maybe? Maybe? But thank you so much, Danielle. And for your super chat, we're going to make sure you get your daily dose of Maureen next. How about that? So thank you very much. Remember to like the video while you're here out there. Subscribe to the channel.
But I do wonder if that could play out, if speaking more to the humanity, not just dollar amounts of $100,000 if you turn somebody in, but the humanity of someone who thought B&E was a route to provide, and it turned into this shit show.
I just don't buy it.
No?
No B&E.
No?
Multiple people involved. Look, from reporting, her purse was left behind. Her cell phone was left behind, which I know you could say, well, that's smart.
But if she died right away, and I want to say killed her.
So Bella, where are you seeing that? 13 forensics vehicles are pulling in to process it? Where did you see that?
I want to say if she died right away by some form of freak accident, tripped, fell, maybe was hit or something, maybe had a heart, I don't know, something where the person's intent was not to go murder her or kidnap her, but that ended up being the course of action that was taken. That's where my mind goes. But that's just one of many takes. Let's talk about trucks here. One man told NBC he's been asked twice if he owns a truck. We've got that Circle K gas station saying they've been asking about a truck. What are you taking here? Do you think there's a vehicle of interest that they're looking for out behind the scenes that they're not identifying publicly as of right now?
100%. That Circle K footage is going to have the Koberger car at some point, right? That they're trying to figure out. I think it's very interesting that later they ended up taking Nancy's car. It made me wonder if Nancy.
Let's see what JLR has to say. I was reading the chat here. They said there's like forensics and all sorts of things. And again, this channel, JLR Investigates. I want to make sure you give them credit for it. But people are saying whatever it is, it doesn't look good, but I don't even know what it is. So, Bella, what station said that? News Nation said that? CNN said that? Fox said that? So JLR is not saying anything.
What is up, YouTube?
This looks like it's from 3 hours ago. This guy, Dolly Vision, he's not live right now. Agenda free TV. See, it's only on TV. Why is no one allowed on YouTube?
So again, in case, just to
So this is agenda-free TV. Let's see what they say.
sum up, this is 2 miles from Nancy Guthrie's house, huge law enforcement presence. Fox News says one person has been taken into custody. Brian Enton reported that 2 people were brought out of a house. He's with News Nation. Hold on a second.
Whose material needs to be edited, Cindy?
Let me just turn this down. Looks like another vehicle's coming in. Looks like another vehicle's coming in. Also, there's some reporting claiming that 2 people have been taken into custody. So it's a little unclear. There's a search warrant going on at this house. This is related to the Nancy Guthrie investigation. And in about 5-10 minutes ago, we saw about 18 vehicles go into that perimeter.
Why the heck would there need to be 18 vehicles? Seriously.
You just have people detained. There's nobody under arrest. But very possible. Right now,
Michael Ruiz of Fox News said that Fox Digital is reporting that authorities, after receiving a tip, authorities have detained 2 males plus one of their moms. He says source cautions that during a warrant execution, technically everyone is detained. Unclear if anyone is a suspect. Looks like maybe another vehicle. Who knows? Some of these vehicles could just be residents wanting to go to their house.
I don't know. The energy doesn't seem alive enough for this to be something really big. Honestly, if it's something really big, there's going to be much more tense and serious attitude. It looks all very complacent.
Yes, it is related to Nancy Guthrie because multiple news outlets are saying that they have heard it's related to Nancy Guthrie. That's why I'm saying that. Pima County Sheriff's Office says no press conference tonight. A written statement is coming.
Anara had already said that. But here's the other thing. Remember, the place where they were at Annie's house with the blue gloves, that's forensics there too. But what did they find?
A written statement is coming. Let me do this. Hold on one second.
But what I'm saying to you all is this. Look at the energy here. Does this look like the energy of someone that's like, oh yes, there's a big, big thing going on behind this barrier? I just don't get the vibe. I just don't get that vibe.
Hang on one moment. Give me one moment. Hold on a second here. Give me a moment.
I mean, the Pima County Sheriff's Department's already making tweets. We're going to make a written statement. But don't you think if there is something humongous happening right now that, or I don't know, maybe they're going to write it because they don't want to mess it up verbally? I don't know.
We might get a statement right now. We might see the people with the umbrellas. See the people with the umbrellas. We might get some sort of statement. I'm not sure.
Yes, Bella, there are 2 people in custody, but there was multiple people in custody the other day too.
Sí, ¿qué onda, Diana? Bueno, ya viste que no van a hablar, van a dar un statement, nada más esperando el statement. Ojalá que llegue antes del juego. Ya para avisar cómo funciona el statement.
Again, there's a written statement that's going to be released tonight. I don't know if anybody at the scene is going to make a statement.
Ya nada más esperar a ver que cuando concentre el statement nos comunicamos y ya determinamos qué quieren. ¿Te parece? Perfecto, Diana. Muchas gracias por todo.
So where did Brian Etten say that, Tim? Where did Brian Etten say that about 10 FBI cars? It's not on X. It's not on YouTube. Did he say it on News Nation? See, they're keeping us from it if they're only talking about it on News Nation. Until we're in the dark until they post it on YouTube.
Yeah, it's a little dark. Hopefully.
So again, in case, just to sum up, this is 2 miles from Nancy Guthrie's house, huge law enforcement presence. Fox News says 1 person has been taken into custody. Brian Etten reported that 2 people were brought out of a house. He's with News Nation. Hold on a second. Let me just turn this down. Looks like another.
So hopefully this is fair use, by the way. They're not going to give me trouble for showing this.
Looks like another vehicle is coming in. Looks like another vehicle is coming in. Also, there's some reporting claiming that 2 people have been taken into custody. So it's a little unclear. There's a search warrant going on at this house. This is related to the Nancy Guthrie investigation. And in about 5-10 minutes ago, we saw about 18 vehicles go into that perimeter.
I mean, I wonder if local law enforcement is just doing this stuff to make people still engaged with the case. Because if there's no news for a while, the case is going to go away. The case is going to go cold, and people aren't going to pay attention. But as long as there's things happening like this, guess what also happens? The attention stays on it. So I wonder if there's an element of that going on here too.
You just have people detained. There's nobody under arrest. But very possible.
Michael Ruiz of Fox News said that Fox Digital is reporting that authorities, after receiving a tip, authorities have detained 2 males plus 1 of their moms. He says source cautions that during a warrant execution, technically everyone is detained. Unclear if anyone is a suspect. Looks like maybe another vehicle. Who knows? Some of these vehicles could just be residents wanting.
So they could be playing some of this safe. It could be something we just don't know.
To go to their house.
Sweet Caroline, thank you so much for this. Yeah, Jared, it feels off. Yeah, I just don't know what to think. I just don't know. It's weird. It's weird. So this guy talking, is he agenda-free TV? Because there's also someone else he's talking about. So there's another voice underneath this. So is this guy just covering Agenda Free TV, or is the guy in the top right corner Agenda Free TV? But whatever it is, this is Agenda Free TV out there.
Yes, it is related to Nancy Guthrie because multiple news outlets are saying that they have heard it's related to Nancy Guthrie. That's why I'm saying that. Pima County Sheriff's Office says no press conference tonight. A written statement is coming. A written statement is coming.
So we'll wait for this written statement, but it's not up yet. Keep me posted on that, by the way. And I'll keep up to date on X as well.
On the ransom notes and their legitimacy, he punted and said the FBI is the expert at that one, and he wouldn't comment. On whether this is a kidnapping, Will, or something else, he says, quote, we believe it's a kidnapping, but, quote, you always consider all possibilities. Okay.
But think of it like this, chat, though, too. Even in a regular car accident, some townships, they'll pull out every fire truck, several EMTs, they'll pull out all of their equipment, and it's just like they have an opportunity to use it and they want to. But they overbring what they need a lot of times. And again, I'm not saying it's nothing, but I'm also saying sometimes they'll do things like this.
The sheriff said in a local news interview, Matt Finn notes in his Fox News report, that they found a few different gloves in the area, some miles away.
Sweet Caroline, thank you so much for this. That pisses me off. A written statement to who? I guess to the general public. We're going to wait for that. Hopefully the Pima County Department there, they post a written statement to X soon. Because, I mean, hey, what do you think they found? Could they have found a body? It'd be careless of them to leave a body there, but maybe. Maybe. Thank you so much, Sweet Caroline. Please remember to like the video out there and subscribe to the channel.
On this topic, he told Fox News they are not necessarily prioritizing every glove. For example, they're getting calls of gloves in Phoenix, a long way away. So news of every glove that's found may not be critical. When asked whether anybody has been ruled out, the answer was, quote, nobody is ever really eliminated. When they talked about the Rio Rico man in Arizona, Carlos, who was the DoorDash delivery man who got roughed up a bit by the officers the other night, and then they moved on. He said that he was a delivery person who was, quote, in the area of Nancy's house, quote, more than one, end quote, issue led the sheriff to the Rio Rico man.
So some people are saying, do not take this as fact, that 3 people have been detained and 1 person dead. Who said that? People are saying that in a chat somewhere, but that doesn't mean it's true.
And after talking, the sheriff feels satisfied with his alibi. So notwithstanding his nobody's ever really eliminated comment, it sounds like he has eliminated poor Carlos. Nanos will not confirm to Fox if there was forced entry at Nancy's house or whether the front or back door was used. He's still not giving it up on that. Nanos, of course, Ashley Banfield's reporting is that there was forced entry and they used the back door. Nanos said Nancy's blood was found outside of her home and Nancy's DNA was recovered inside, but cannot confirm that the DNA inside the house was blood. On the criticism that he released the Guthrie crime scene house too soon, opened it up too quick, he said it's not true. They got what they needed. Finn writes, I asked him if they should have cleaned up the blood.
Some person that's probably lying in JLR's chat. That's the thing. There's so many people say things that you just don't know. That's why when people say things to me, I always ask you, okay, where'd you find that? Who told you that? What source was it? Because you don't want to be sharing things that are just gossip. And so that one person not alive thing, I think that's just gossip. That's just gossip for now.
Of sanctity, and he said that's not their role. Said it's a slap to his team to say that they left too soon. Also says the deputy cars out front now are at the request of the family for safety. It's not that the sheriff is signaling they left too soon. On allegations that family members are involved, the family has been fully 100% completely Whatever we've asked for, they've done. It was getting crazy out there with allegations about the family. You can't accuse people of a horrific crime like that and not have any facts behind it. But in the same interview, he does say that no one is ever really ruled out as of today. Nanos has talked to Savannah. He says they've talked and texted, but she doesn't need to talk to the sheriff. She has people. Quote, the whole family has my number. Okay.
So Jay is for Justice looks like he has the same, or she has the same exact stream as JLR. It's like the same exact camera.
It's odd. And then one final comment on the FBI. On reports in previous incidents suggesting they don't have a good relationship, he with the FBI. You Google what you Google. You read what you read. I've got no response. I've always had a good relationship with the FBI. They're a good team. They're good people. And there was another comment where he said an officer, like a lower guy in the FBI, had said to him, like, let's not let the media divide us. It's not the media. The media is making the reports, but they're getting this from obviously federal sources who are not happy with this sheriff. Let's go to the substance here. I mean, I think it's very interesting, the part about how he's defending turning over the crime scene. Guys, just today, I mean, she's not found. Okay, like we don't even know if this was a kidnapping or a murder.
Exactly.
So it's very disturbing that just any Tom, Dick, or Harry can walk up there, as one did when our own Phil Holloway was still there this morning filming, and a woman walked up. I believe we have this. Again, I can't communicate to my team when I'm remote, so forgive me because I don't know if we have this soundbite. A woman walked up and her dog peed on. Yeah, here it is. Peed on the crime scene. This is the neighbor. There she is. Her dog took a pee on the crime scene, which I like.
Let's pause for a second and go to Jay is for Justice.
He sure did,
Thursday,
didn't he?
We had police come to our door asking for a look at our ring camera footage.
Okay, listen to the neighbor.
We thought that was a little weird, being as we're about 5 miles from Nancy's house. But Friday morning, it all kind of cleared up when I was watching Fox News, and the reporter was tracing the route. Oh, hold on. Oh, they're going to tow some cars. Oh, we got a police got a Volkswagen ID4. What?
So Jay is for Justice. Is he friends with JLR?
Hold on. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, okay.
Look at all these like forensic trucks and stuff. Little more feds are coming in. Feds are coming in.
That's 4. 5. That's got to be at
So 5 more cars. What could they possibly be doing?
least 10 feds in there now. Thank you, Miss Margaret. We've got movement.
Friday, basically, we're watching Fox News. Tracing the route that took in the Uber, and that's what we realized for
Well, I'm turning into a news channel, aren't I? I got to stay with the times here, and I should maybe be on location.
Literally directly.
More.
So more, like 50 FBI, 20 forensics. It's like, what does that mean? Is there a body there somewhere? That's not a fact. There's a speculation. But what is it?
Oh, great.
Yeah, nice, dude. That's a good one. This is almost like directly in between.
There's a lot of any people who will find out who has information, and this is not, in fact, the arrest of the individuals.
I mean, with all this activity, they are making it seem like it's something. It's not nothing. It's like if it's not an actual body, it's somewhere that they think that they have all been before, at the very least, right?
They feel are involved. One step closer to that, but if it is those individuals they feel are involved, then everything that they do right now is incredibly important.
And Joshua Sherrod, let me bring you back into this.
I am on Fox.
So all of this just makes me think it is something, and at the very least, it's something that they think is where Nancy has been, at the very least. But why else would they possibly use so many FBI vehicles and forensic vehicles? I don't know. But this might be the night, chat. This might be the night that something happens.
And there is no drone. What Fox has drone? Please hit the like and thumbs up. Thank you, Kenana Miranda, for your super chat. But listen, y'all, where's the drone? Where's the drone?
Who's this person talking? Not Jay, not JLR. So who is it? Up, Sweet Caroline. You are the best, Sweet Caroline. What can I say? Happy Valentine's to you, too. I love this channel, Jared. You really do bring a human nature analysis to the information we're receiving. That's what I think I'm best at, Sweet Caroline. I think I'm good at that. I have experience with a lot of things personally, so I bring that to what I talk about here. And hopefully I do a good job and don't lead people astray. But thank you very much, Sweet Caroline.
What Fox has drone footage?
This woman's voice is Jay. Jay is a woman.
There's got to be tons of there is something going on big time.
I'm just trying to keep the camera up right here.
Oh, yes, hello. Yes, I can.
Bella's not interrupting the show. Thank you very much, Bella. We don't take any of your comments as an interruption. This is interesting here, right? This seems like there's something right here now. Every live stream's on this, all these vehicles. There's got to be something, I think now. I think it's got to be something. I was leery at first, but now I think it's something.
Oh, it's not like ongoing.
Greg, I live about 2 miles, 2.5 miles away, not too far from. I live in a, I don't know if you've seen the neighborhood.
Oh, hello, Scott. Yes, I can. Thank you.
I live right.
Who the hell are these people?
You're welcome.
Right, on Friday the 13th. I have it on Fox News. What you're looking at is Fox News. It ain't drone.
My house is not.
So Jay's on the scene too with JLR. They're all on the scene out there.
Quite as nice as he's yet. It will be.
No, I didn't see suspect photos. Where would I see those?
We like to call it the 5-year upgrade.
This is
5-year
Annie's
remodel.
neighbor talking.
I'm sorry, am I in right?
Oh no, you're good. You're totally good. You can get my dude.
Like, this is crazy.
So look, Fox News in the corner says Warrant served at home 2 miles from Guthrie's. Search warrant, I guess, right? And it makes me think, at the very least, it's somewhere they think they all have been. The person that kidnapped Nancy and Nancy herself. Are they still there? Maybe. I don't know.
Yeah. These last 2 weeks have been just insane.
You can see the drone in the corner of your.
So wait a minute here. Thank you very much for this, Bethany. Pete is saying he knows where Nancy is. Who's Pete? Who is Pete? But thank you, Bethany.
Screen right now, guys. Let's listen.
If they still do not know where Nancy Guthrie is, what are they?
So Peter, where though? You got to tell me where. Peter Payette comments. Where are they? Are they on X? Oh, someone in the chat. I thought it was someone actually.
Doing right now to try to determine that central fact?
Right now, they're digging into these 3 people's lives. They're trying to put together, the analysts at the Tucson RA are trying to put together what's called a baseball card. And so they'll put a photograph of this person,
Look at
every
this.
associate that they can find.
Look at this.
They'll dive into their digital lives. They'll try to find their social media accounts, all
Holy
these types
shit.
of things, bank records, just to try to see if they could.
It's a pretty cool thing here. Look at this footage. But Pete, so if you know where she is, tell us. This is footage
to provide, could find any lead that would connect them to any of the evidence that they have. Separately, there's still teams working on alternative investigative theories here. We have a lot of attention tonight, rightfully so, on this, but there's still working other aspects of this investigation. There's still people running down the leads at the Walmart.
So Pete, I mean, you have the footage, the receipts, or whatever it is. Let us know what it is.
The backpacks and all these types of things. So while our attention is focused squarely tonight on this search warrant and the detainment of the 3 people who may have information, there's also a lot of other work going on by dozens and dozens of other agents and analysts
Let's
and
zoom
deputies
in.
throughout the area there.
Look at that.
Yeah. Let me bring back in Morgan Wright and Betsy Smith.
So you got some night vision here. Look at this line of vehicles, FBI, forensics, all sorts.
With me here. More about the way that they will have gone through the doorbell camera video. And here, the backpack. We went to Walmart, got one of these. This is the backpack that we're told, or the type of backpack we're told that the person on that doorbell camera was carrying. How do they look at something like this? How does that help them? How do they narrow it down where it might have been bought, etc.? What's the significance there?
So I've actually worked cases like this. A lot of people have where products bought at a certain.
Look at the dude taking his walking selfie.
Certain store, Walmart, Target, you name it, Costco. They have SKU.
Okay, we know that stuff.
Written statement, huh? And they're waiting on the FBI to approve it. What do you think it could be, chat? What are they going to include in this written statement? Do you think they found a body? Type 1 if you think they found Nancy's body. Type 2 if you think no bodies. Type 3 if you think it's someone else's body they found.
Yes, we've seen a SWAT team vehicle in the area, which left to shut all of the trucks.
I think we should listen to the hot mic. I think we should listen to the neighbor. Annie's neighbor is there just watching the scene. but he's talking about how his yard
Crime
was
scene, folks.
searched.
Possible crime scene.
They-
Possible crime scene.
They wanted his footage.
There
Possible crime scene.
had been at least 30 vehicles rolling in there.
So much better.
I know, Paul. Hugs to you, my friend. No, I'm sorry. It was Annie's neighbor. Thank you, Chris.
Well, as you say, a lot of activity here tonight, not a lot of clarity on what.
No arrests yet. No nothing. Just all of this activity. People detained, they said. People in custody. But they didn't say whether it was an arrest. But the fact that the Sheriff's Department, the Pima County Sheriff's Department, is going to make a written statement, that's something. That's something. Not nothing. You don't make a statement saying nothing, right? You make a statement saying something, at the very least.
Exactly has been taking place, but we do know that there's been a.
Brian Etten, 21 minutes ago, says, just got moved out of the perimeter after a ton of FBI arrived. So the first comment is, which might be interesting. No. Hearing home owned by Baird Green. Image search found this pic. Man's right wrist has tat same spot as man in doorbell cam. That could be totally nothing, by the way. But that's what the comment said. And the first comment says, no, Baird Green is a 60-year-old white dude. Again, this is why it's so difficult to trust comments.
A lot of law enforcement activity just behind the sheriff's vehicle that you can see there, and SWAT team vehicle left the scene a short while ago. They are saying, the sheriff's deputy's department, that there'll be no statement from them. Well, there will be a statement, but there won't be. There'll be a written statement at some point.
Welcome in, everybody.
This is all 2 miles from.
Make sure you hit the like button. Let's get this out in the algorithm. We don't know where Nancy is.
This is wild,
The
folks.
Mexican border, about 30 miles from the Mexican border, a place called Rio Rico.
So by the way, folks, this is Jay for Justice's channel that we're co-streaming with here. So give her a follow, subscribe to her, check her out. I don't want to be poaching her footage without trying to help her out as well. So I'm appreciative.
When detectives, SWAT team officials also detained a man and questioned him for some while after searching his property, and then.
So there's a Fox News clip from not very long ago. We're going to come back to this, don't worry. But there's a Fox News clip that's interesting. This is really hopeful. Lieutenant Randy Sutton on police activity near Guthrie home.
What I know is we found DNA. And
that was not Nancy Guthrie's DNA.
That was not Nancy Guthrie's DNA. So we'll still work with that, and we're working with our lab on that.
All right, so let's bring in founder of the Wounded Blue and former police officer Randy Sutton, and spokesperson for the National Police Association and former police sergeant Betsy Brantner-Smith. Great to have you both with us on this night, where we could have some very significant breaking news. To you first, Betsy. We're seeing this police activity. We don't know that it is absolutely related yet, but the indications we're getting from the Sheriff's Department are, yes, it is. They're putting out a statement soon. What do you make of what we're seeing, which isn't much right now, but we do know there's activity?
Well, you know, we heard hours earlier that days off had been canceled, that they were calling everybody in. And then we saw the SWAT trucks go out. They were in another neighborhood early, kind of in a suburban area, and now they're here just a few miles from the Guthrie home. And I find this really hopeful, because finally we've been hearing that if something's going to happen, someone's going to be in custody. It sounds like that may be the case.
Randy, do you read anything into the idea? We're all going to clutch at straws for a little while until we get a statement. But do you read anything into the fact that this activity is just 2 miles from Nancy Guthrie's house? Same neighborhood, but basically?
Well, Jonathan, this is an event that we are hopeful may actually bring a conclusion to this horrendous crime. It's too early to tell yet, but one thing is for sure, that law enforcement is taking this really seriously. They brought out the SWAT team. They brought out the bomb disposal unit. They brought out, they basically all hands on deck. And we're getting some reports that there may be some significant actions taking place tonight.
And Betsy, the sheriff, we were in with the sheriff at the very time that the SWAT vehicles started rolling out. I asked him about it, and he said, quite understandably, can't talk about that for operational reasons. But he also told us tonight, and I just want to play this for our viewers. He told us about...
Yes, please like the video if you're here. We've got too many live viewers to only have less than 500 likes. So please like the video. Likes are free.
DNA inside Nancy Guthrie's home. Let's play that sound, and I'll talk to you about it in a second, Betsy.
What I know is we found DNA. And
that was not Nancy Guthrie's DNA.
That was not.
Is that a fact, though, Canada? I mean, what's the name of the channel? Dolly what? What's the name of the channel? You took it down. Why would he do that?
What I know is we found DNA.
It's too early to tell yet, but one thing is for sure, that law enforcement is taking this really seriously. They brought out the SWAT team. They brought out the bomb disposal unit. They brought out, they basically all hands on deck. And we're...
He saw a dead person related or unrelated to the case.
Getting some reports that there may be some significant actions taking place tonight.
And Betsy, the sheriff, we were in with the sheriff at the very time that the SWAT vehicles started rolling out. I asked him about it, and he said, quite understandably, can't talk about that for operational reasons. But he also told us tonight, and I just want to play this for our viewers. He told us about DNA inside Nancy Guthrie's home. Let's play that sound, and I'll talk to you about it in a second, Betsy.
What I know is we found DNA. And
that was not Nancy Guthrie's DNA.
That was not Nancy Guthrie's DNA. So we'll still work with that, and we're working with our lab on that.
And now, Betsy, we hear that this is confirmed, this police activity tonight, to be part of the Guthrie.
And so someone was shot at the traffic stop? Is that what Dolly's saying? Or is that something completely different? So when we hear news, we got to hear the whole story.
Investigation. This DNA that they found inside Nancy Guthrie's home, the sheriff said, not Nancy Guthrie's, not anybody in close contact.
Sweet Caroline, thank you so much. You are really the best here. Come on, if you're watching, you obviously like. Please be appreciative and like. Couldn't have said it better myself, Sweet Caroline. I appreciate you.
To her is what they stated tonight. But clearly DNA was a significant thing here and continues to be.
Well, and
no one's saying you're bullshitting, Canada. We're just asking you to share everything you know, because we're just getting bits and pieces of the story. Want to be detailed as possible.
Absolutely. And we're talking about DNA in your home. Think about it. Who comes into your home? Your family members, possibly some of your staff. She had a cleaning lady, things like that. But this was DNA unrelated to either Nancy or anyone who is with her on a regular basis. That's significant. And that could have led to, you got to think about the Kohlberger case. That could lead to what we're talking about tonight, the identification of a suspect.
And Randy, I just want to play another piece of sound from the sheriff that we talked about.
So Kelly in the chat says it might have been someone who self-deleted. Is that related? I don't know. We'll see. We will see.
Asked him about all these reports about a glove. There had been questions about whether the glove was found in the house, whether it was found away from the house. Here's the sheriff talking about that glove. Where was this glove found?
About 2 miles away.
And when was it found?
So Candida said that this guy, Dolly Vision, saw a dead body in relation to a traffic stop that they're saying is related somehow. But that's really all we know. There's probably more. I just don't know it. Someone else said that it involved a self-deletion.
I think it was just a couple of days ago when this story broke out that the sheriff's not. Look.
So no glove was found in the house?
Absolutely not, ever.
Or on the property?
Or on the property.
Now, Randy, didn't strike me at the time. It was just a number. But he said that was found, that glove, about 2 miles away from Nancy Guthrie's home. Now, 2 miles from Nancy Guthrie's home, there's police activity. Possibly related?
It could be related. But, you know, one of the questions I have is, yeah, DNA was found, but what were the circumstances in which it was found? Was it found while
I'll
looking
put it on the
at
screen.
a violent crime scene?
So this is what Canada said, so everyone can read it. I understand how Dolly is. I don't know how Dolly is. However, he was there. He walked up, not realizing what he was walking into. He was live streaming. He saw someone shot in the head. He freaked out. Which makes me wonder, why did they let him walk up on an active scene like that? They would just let a random person walk up there? I don't know.
Was it found, you know, on a bed? Where was it found? Because that's significant to the evidentiary aspect of this case.
Right.
And right now, we're not sure about that.
Click here to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page to catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis. You won't get it anywhere else.
And then, is that 15-minute video? He then went back to his car. He deleted the video because he was really upset. He then posted about a 15-minute video of himself right after, talking about it. During that video, he mostly ... I don't know what that means. Is that 15-minute video still up? I mean, we can check. No, it's not this. It's not this either. These are all the most recent ones 4 hours ago. Well, if you can share anything else about it. So he deleted the video. Okay.
Because he lives in a house that the feds are raiding right now.
He's got manicured eyebrows.
Look at this. This is like a jump scare. What is this?
So we'll see. Oof. Scary
Is
stuff.
that Nancy's CPAP mask?
You hear it here on JLR Investigates.
Wait a
It's
minute.
the Green family. They own the house.
Why is he wearing a CPAP?
Is that Nancy's CPAP? Did Nancy have a CPAP?
I don't know. I might be roughing it up before. I'll watch it on JLR Investigate.
Was that sent with the ransom as proof?
I don't know, chat. I'm starting to think tonight might be the night that something happens.
Was that sent as proof as the ransom? For the ransom?
Yeah, I think so.
So apparently, while Dolly was doing that live stream, Brian Etten called him and said that that traffic stop was related. So how did this guy Dolly know that this traffic, like where to go with his traffic stop? Did he hear it like in a monitor or whatever they call that scanner?
Is that something they thought could be AI? So they wanted proof of their mother?
So here's the thing, though. All of these vehicles went in. Did any vehicles come out? Ambulances? I mean, so maybe Bella knows this in the chat. When there's a dead body, do they ever not take it out in an ambulance? Would they take it out in something else besides an ambulance?
JLR investigators on YouTube. To be honest, it's a fantastic. I'm not just because he's standing here. He's been incredibly informative on getting the scoop. That's for sure.
It's just a thought. I didn't say it was a fact. It's just a thought. Chill.
I don't
Chill,
know.
everybody.
Oh, you don't?
Just a theory, just a thought.
Oh,
Very
really?
weird.
What's your son's name?
My son's name is, I got Austin Dillon. And
Tell him I said hello.
Austin, JLR Investigates says hello.
Hello, Annie and Tommaso's neighbor. Hey, how are you?
Oh,
Nice to see you.
I gotta turn it this way. My bad. Rookie move on my part there.
Oh, there he is.
So on Tuesday, JLR Investigates was over on Nancy's house.
You're not? Okay.
We got a tip. There's a lot going on over at Andy's.
Oh, sorry.
So
John DePetrol?
I was glued to it.
Hi.
I'm not John.
You're not John.
No.
It's,
There's John. Hello.
it's,
Hi, John.
Hi,
John.
Right now. Yeah, he put it over there. Got
Sorry, not trying to walk in front of the shop.
God, this.
Oh my God. If I'm law enforcement, I would like, oh my goodness, all these guys are vultures. Vultures at the scene.
Annoying.
And I guess I'd be one of the vultures too.
John guy's friend.
the FBI was talking to the neighbors directly behind me. And as they walked around back to into the yard,
I know you are.
So I noticed that we were, that they were, one of the FBI agents kind of looked over my wall in my backyard.
You're not a journalist, sir. You're not a journalist.
Great question there, Wizard. We'll do it for you. Or me, I'm the Wizard. Love to Travel says, hey, Wizard, can you summarize what is going on here? If not, that is okay. So what's going on here, there's a bunch of FBI forensic cars. They've roped off an area 2 miles by Nancy Guthrie's house, and they've detained either 2 or 3 people at this point. I know at least 2, but it's maybe 3. And the third person might be at the traffic stop that's somewhere else. But that's what we know right now. What's in there? We don't know. What I would presume is it's got to be something where either Nancy's there and alive, or maybe not alive, or at the very least, they've been there before. That's what's going on right now. And everyone's watching this, waiting for the Pima County Sheriff Department said that there's going to be a statement soon. They didn't say when, but they said soon.
You're not a professional journalist. Everybody else should participate. There's professionals out here. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Karen.
What was that all about?
What the hell was that all about? That's bizarre.
Somebody was just yelling. What was that all about?
So we're watching Jay for Justice's channel, and she's talking to JLR, apparently. So, but that's what's going on here.
She went over to the other guy, John DePietro, and just starts yelling at him.
Yes, it's kind of been like that the whole time. I don't know what that.
She thought I was him. She goes, "Are you John DePietro?" I said, "No." She went over there and just started saying something crazy to him.
Up. 11 minutes ago, post from Pima County Sheriff's Department reporting that current law enforcement activity is surrounding a home belonging to a former county attorney is not accurate. Huh. Thanks, Pima County, for that. So I'll repeat. Reporting that current law enforcement activity is surrounding a home belonging to a former county attorney is not accurate. Thank you so much for that.
I don't get it. If it is, I would never understand that. Own daughter and husband and all that.
The comments are ripping it too. Maybe if you kept the public more informed, everyone wouldn't be guessing. All you do is post irrelevant updates. Tired of my taxpayer money going so you don't stop crime and aren't transparent. At Real Pima. This is why you get your ass out and be transparent. Glad to see your main focus is still covering your ass and not finding Nancy or making a statement like you said you do. So it's almost midnight here in central Wisconsin. It's either a bust or found. Well, then release a fucking statement and you won't have these rumors flying around. Better yet, let the FBI handle this and take the rest of the night off. How about you do a news conference and tell people accurate information? Your radio silence is deafening. That's just a little bit.
I just can't wrap my mind around that. But that's, always a possibility for sure.
This is some weird shit, dude.
You like that, Kat? I could do some good impersonations. It was like, yes. Or we could do it in Sean Connery's voice. Yes. Follow the foliage. Yes.
I'm in a rabbit hole on X, and this is some weird stuff.
Well, they've got what it sounds like 3 people in custody. 2.
Thank you, Jennifer Wing. This is weird. If it is these people.
I don't know. Annie lives in the house right behind us. This isn't our neighborhood. This is about right smack in the middle between the 2 neighborhoods, about 2.5 miles in between. So I don't. It's weird. It's bizarre to me. And this is a really nice. This looks like a really nice neighborhood too.
Do you want to see it? It's effing weird, guys. There's drone. There's more drone. Look
See the drone in the corner here?
at all those.
I think my wife said the same thing.
Look at this.
And
If that's live, look at all of them.
I think it's.
Oh my goodness. Is it a hostage negotiation thing?
She didn't have the same reaction that.
Is there
They're all standing around, but what does it mean?
a hostage negotiation thing?
Savannah and Cameron had. You could tell that those 2 are definitely.
Source, at least 3 people detained. Now, we must be precise with our language here. Not 3 people arrested. Not 3 people that are potential suspects. 3 people detained. For frame of reference, the people the other night were also detained and then immediately released. They confiscated their cell phones and then they were released. Probably gave them their cell phones back.
More bothered by this. And
Folks, I want to show you something else.
to me,
Remember the photo I gave you?
I just can't understand. It's a daughter and a husband.
Feds are raiding this guy's home right now. He lives there. His name is Jeremy Green.
Yeah, I think
He
he's
is-
got the wrong
He lives.
guy.
There's many
dude.
occupants of this home. that-
I don't know what this is.
The
he's
Green
showing.
family, and this is one of them. But guess
What's that?
what? Look.
Oh
Look.
yeah, I can go home. This is not my neighborhood. This is we're
So he's about to say, I think, what the Pima County people just said no is not true.
this is a process.
He's showing the.
Almost
Who
right in
is that
between
guy?
Annie and Nancy. So it's about 2.5 miles from my house.
I'm not saying he's the guy. I'm saying that the FBI and sheriffs, they're at this guy's house right now. The Green family. What do you think?
I would say arrested over detained just because it sounded like they were waiting for a judge.
The feds are at his house, along with his family.
So
Is this guy Green, though? Is this the county person the Pima people were like, whatever? I think he's speculating.
the SWAT team has been here. We saw the Bearcat come out, but since then there's been probably 30 to 40 other cars that have gone in here, mostly FBI, Pima County Sheriffs, Savannah, or Valley. They've all
Right here.
come in.
Right here. Look.
So it's been there was a few.
Oh, JLR. Look what he's
came up and
showing.
they said they're gonna release
He's
the
literally
papers.
showing this guy. Who is that? He's showing.
So we'll see what happens out of this. We'll see what happens out of this.
All right, let me put JLR over here.
For those who don't know, this is Jay for Justice speaking. Check her out. Give her a subscribe. Like her video too. And like my video too while you're at it. We better be over 500 likes here, by the way, for this breaking coverage. Like the video. Likes are free. Super chats are even better, though. That's the best way to get questions answered.
The reason why I'm showing his picture is that's the house he's at. They're at. He lives there, along with others.
I don't know, JLR. X is saying it's this guy.
I think Jay might be correct here that I don't know, JLR. I don't know about this one. Apparently, some people saying the green thing's been debunked. I don't know where they're pulling it from, but that's what they're saying.
And that looks a lot like the sketch that was released.
Because it was leaving my battery dry. Because I was picking up.
It's not.
And honestly, they got to be careful with this because they might get sued.
Not the dad of Carlos. It
I
has
do.
nothing to do with Carlos.
And I have the subscription, but I can't for the life of me.
Reporting that current law
This guy's
enforcement
name's not
activities
Green.
surrounding a home belonging to a former county attorney is not
JLR.
accurate.
That's wrong info, JLR. Okay, so if you look here,
I was on the ball with that. I broke it faster than these people.
pictured is this is what's going around on X. Pictured is Minaj Sarah Nathan, husband of Hannah Green, daughter of Bard Green. And this is the address they're saying. Daughter of Bard Green. This guy.
And that's what I was saying in another comment, right? The first comment in that one thing I showed you. But I was like, what is this?
What do you guys think? This is Hannah.
Oh my God. It looks like freaking Sam Bankman-Fried's girlfriend. Caroline, I think was her name. Except like an older version of Caroline.
And then this is the house. What do you guys think?
You know, Brian Etton's silence on this is a little deafening at this point. I mean, but granted, but this is also why I trust Brian Etton. He doesn't charge ahead and share things that he doesn't think are true. So that's why when I see a Brian Etton post, I think to myself, yes, this is probably, at the very least, good information. It doesn't mean people aren't lying to him, but he won't lie to us. That's the trust I have with Brian Etton. And he hasn't shared anything. Not since his News Nation and not since 50 minutes ago when he was told to move out of the perimeter. Where's Maureen?
It said a mother and a son. There's 3 people. We're only seeing 2 here. Okay, there's a third person. That's what everybody's showing on X. That's the big hoopla. That's the hoopla. Just showing you.
Yeah, very.
That's what I was begged to look at.
No.
I'll just wait for the deets to come out.
Let's put it that way. We have a trip coming, a big trip coming up, and that's going to use a lot of my PTO. My sister-in-law is getting married in Australia.
You guys, look at this drone footage, though.
We're making the
Look at this drone
Australia,
footage.
and then on the way home, we're going to stop.
I saw her webpage. It's very, very weird. I just don't want to go. I'm not going to go all deep into that lady's life.
I mean, as far as we know, we don't know who was shot or who ended their own life.
I'm just not going to dig into their lives right now. Brian Etton said, LE said they'll be on the scene all night.
They're going to make us earn these updates, I guess.
If anybody has News Nation and they're listening to Brian, they moved him out of the scene, so I can't play him. I don't have that up. Another YouTuber was playing it. Look at all the agents that were there. He won't lose his YouTube. People get things wrong all the time. It's not a crime.
Well, yes, you still have to be careful. You only get like the slander laws and defamation. You have to know
Yeah,
something's
we've
not
got
true.
plenty of time to find out who they are, who it really is, if the address is right. I mean, there's your drone. There's your drone. Let's just take a deep breath, guys. This is an active, ongoing scene that is not going to change probably very fast. The information will probably slowly trickle out. We're going to listen to JLR for a little bit. I got to go get something to eat. He's a PhD in physics. I don't.
So News Nation just ended their coverage for the night. That seems a little. Well, maybe that means we'll get more Brian. And this is Agenda Free TV. Check them out. Subscribe to them too. Like their video too. And like my video before you do that. And subscribe to my channel before you do that.
No, I am looking also on, I looked at Flight Radar 24 and I looked at ADSB Exchange, and I don't see anything flying above the area on either of them. Is Fox News, are they live on YouTube too with their drone footage, or is it only on X?
Yeah, we can't watch News Nation on YouTube. It's only on TV.
I'll look myself just so I can tell you guys where you can see it. They don't appear to be live on YouTube, so you got to go to their X account. Wow. This has been going on for a while now. I mean, huge law enforcement at this president at this house. We know we've heard there's a search warrant being carried out. One to three people detained, we've heard. And what can I tell you? I mean, huge law enforcement presence. During this stream, we saw about 30 more vehicles go into that perimeter. And we have not heard what they have found, if anything, at this house. Shout out again to all of our moderators. I really appreciate it. Roberts, May Queen, and Ruth are over on YouTube moderating, and I really appreciate that. Thanks.
So what's going on is there's a couple mile from Nancy Guthrie's home, basically closed off here. 3 people have been detained. There might be one person that ended their own life at a traffic stop that might be related to this case. There's been tons of FBI vehicles, forensics vehicles, medical examiners going through this barricade here. To what I can only imagine, there's something there that either Nancy has been there or is there now. And here's the other problem, right? If she was alive, don't you think they would ambulance her out to get the best medical attention? But since they aren't, that makes me believe either she's gone or she's not there. But what do you think? Am I right about that, Bella?
Also on YouTube, shout out to Crimson Dingo, Dagon D, Sparks, The Princess, Winter Waiting, CAC 813, Jan Huber, and Jack Horicon, and also our moderators on Facebook, Kay Lowry Body, Margaret Riley, Paul Anderson. Thank you to Denise Michelle for the Facebook stars. Thanks also Susan Priest-Buchner and Linda Wincoop for the Facebook stars. Thanks also to our Twitch moderators, The Bears, Good Luck Duck, Idaho Star, I got that fire, Matthew Kohai 3 and Sarah, very much appreciated. Thanks also on Twitch to I'm Talias and Patinchin and Gas Station Sushi and Haas McCafe. Also Linda.
So my professional opinion is I think it's either Nancy's body and she's passed or she's not there at all. I don't think we're finding an alive Nancy at this scene. Why do I think that? Because I'm pretty sure they would have ambulanced her out to the local hospital or whatever. That's what I would think. But that's just my opinion.
Belk, Larry, and Misha moderate for us on X.
I was just going to say,
What is going on at the house? What have they found at this house? Oh, Fox ended their stream of the drone. The Fox drone stream says this live stream has ended.
Yes.
Fox said a medical examiner. Hey, there's a vehicle leaving. There's a vehicle leaving. There is a vehicle leaving the scene.
So let's pay attention to vehicles leaving the scene because that could be interesting.
Another one.
Cones being removed. Let's see. Little SUV, RAV4.
Some people are saying they heard a Fox report.
We're not hearing anything about what happened to the SWAT team, are we? I mean, I imagine they're all in there.
But I haven't seen that myself.
And Bella makes a good point. If it's a body, a dead body, it doesn't get removed from the crime scene right away, right? And that's true too. Look at any good crime movies you see, they keep it on the scene because they don't want to mess anything up because there could be clues all around it, right? An active crime scene. They're not going to let anyone in if it's an active crime scene either. They're not going to make the same mistake twice, you wouldn't think.
Some of our viewers claim that Fox said medical examiner on the scene. I did not see that report myself. I didn't see it on their webpage either. So I don't know. It might have been said on the Fox News broadcast, so I can't listen to all the broadcasts at once. I'm peeking at a bunch of them.
So tell me, folks, what is Maureen O'Connell saying on Fox News? Buffalo Bill has told me so. Why does he do that to you, Clarice? Because what does Buffalo Bill do? What is his nature? He covets, Clarice.
Thanks. Jumia Moon mentioned that Fox News on their webpage. On their webpage, Fox News says earlier Friday, Fox News Digital tracked a Pima County Sheriff's surveillance plane in the area where the major law enforcement operation is now unfolding.
And so Eva knows her Silence of the Lambs. You will let me know when those lambs stop screaming, won't you, Clarice?
I will say, however, though, the area where this is unfolding is 2 miles from her house. So, it's not surprising that a search plane would be flying over this area. So I don't know that plane flying over the general area today was specifically looking at this particular property or was there. It could be connected, but it might have been just a new tip. I don't know, because it's the general area it's only 2 miles from her house. But yeah, it certainly does seem like very significant that so many law enforcement vehicles are there, and we saw about 30 show up after the perimeter was already set up. after there was already a huge presence. We saw about 30 more vehicles.
So Maureen O'Connell says on Fox News that the medical examiner is still there. I'm starting to think more so this is a body. And MIGs. Good old multiple MIGs in the next cell.
Hey guys, so the latest with the Nancy Guthrie investigation, I'm outside this neighborhood right now that's all been closed off. This is where we know that the SWAT team was, or they still are. There's about 24 sheriff's deputies in there. We were actually inside the perimeter because we got in there right when the SWAT team got here. They've now moved us out. But I'm hearing from sources that a man and a woman were taken out of the house, that this is connected to the Nancy Guthrie investigation, and that around the same time there was a traffic stop close by where another person was detained. Whether all of these people are, being questioned as part of the Nancy Guthrie investigation, or whether just one of them is being questioned, I don't know at this time. But there's a ton of FBI that also arrived here. You had the Pima County SWAT team and a ton of deputies that were here initially in FBI, and then a whole just cavalry of more FBI agents just arrived. It's about 2 miles from Nancy Guthrie's house, which is interesting. So it's not very far at all. And we're waiting to get more information from the Pima County Sheriff's Office, but that's the latest. Hey guys, so the latest with the Nancy Guthrie.
So that's the latest. That's basically what I've been reiterating, right?
We are on what, day 10?
Whoops. So this is Jay for Justice's stream. Make sure you like my video here, please, and subscribe to the channel if you're not already. I go live almost every night, talk about true crime, current events, and I use my personal experience with mental health, addiction, narcissistic abuse. I'm also on the spectrum as well, and I use all of that to talk about true crime and current events. And we have an awesome flock of black sheep in the community. There's a lot of people here. They find the video and they like it, but they stay because they like the chat.
Thank you so much. Thank you. And you were saying it's Catherine. Did you say that? Catherine. Oh no. Hello? Yes, sorry, just checking. Is it Catherine, the presenter?
What is that? Cat is one of your countrymen in the background there? You hear him? Or Caroline, sweet Caroline, one of your countrymen too.
Thank you so much. Yes, you're absolutely right, Catherine. A lot of activity on part of police and sheriff.
Lots of activity, Catherine. Cheerio. Hopefully Nancy's alive there, mate. Bloke.
Deputies in the FBI over the course of the last couple of hours. There are unconfirmed reports that they have carried out a search of a house down the street just behind us here.
He reminds me of the dude that was checking in. What's his face from Clockwork Orange? 1 pack cigarettes, 1 pack dark chocolate. Stay across the line. Do not cross the line.
A couple of SWAT team vehicles been seen leaving the scene in the last hour or so. We've seen a flurry of FBI vehicles as well. And as far as what is going on here, there are
Alex from Clockwork Orange, of course. 1 pack cigarettes. What is going on here? Well, there's been 3 people detained. Tons of FBI vehicles have gone into this section here. Forensics vehicles, medical examiners, and the SWAT team was there earlier. So I think this is something. I was skeptical at first, but I've amended my opinion. Because when the facts change, I change my mind. What do you do? So now what I think is, I think there's either a body, and unfortunately Nancy's passed away, or it's a place where she was. That's what I think. But I'm pretty sure, or when I say a place that she was, I mean the suspects had her there and maybe she's somewhere else now, but I tend not to think so. I think they're going to find a body here, is what I tend to think.
again, unconfirmed reports that a number of people have been detained, but no confirmation of that. And the Sheriff's Department has said that a statement on what is happening here tonight is, as they put it, forthcoming. As you can imagine, a lot of media, given how much this case and the search for Nancy Guthrie has captured the public imagination. Worth pointing out, though, that just a couple of nights ago, Tuesday night into Wednesday, police also questioned a man for several hours close to the Mexico border before releasing him without charge. That also in connection with the investigation into Nancy Guthrie's disappearance. The police, of course, have had an avalanche of tips from members of the public following the release a couple of days ago of those pictures of a masked man on Nancy Guthrie's doorstep. They have been going through those leads, trying to narrow them down, but it remains to be seen what they have got from tonight's activities. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
So apparently Fox News said the SWAT vehicles left, maybe because there's no more active threat, whatever it was. So the SWAT vehicles might have been there for an active threat. So it sounds like the people that detained might be potential suspects, but we haven't heard arrest. We heard detained. So that's speculation.
Yeah. Unbelievable.
Yes, this is all live, Sammy. Listen to this guy. Unbelievable.
Unbelievable. I mean, in this, I mean, this man, I mean, I would love to see no, but it was a very good goal.
All right. So apparently there's nothing going on here right now.
This guy appeared in the front yard around 3:30 a.m., then returned around 5 a.m. My dogs went crazy barking and thankfully spooked him away. I didn't answer the door. Anyone else see him in the area of 6th between Campbell and Tucson Boulevard? He's got on a light color, and now moving on to just what we see in the video for the listening audience. He has dark hair, dark facial hair, a mustache, the soul patch.
And this is a new video, by the way, that I should rewind this a little bit. But this is a new video that has not been debunked yet, by the way. Yeah, so this is, they're saying cleared. So
Or dispute what NBC said. I can only tell you about an hour ago,
Harvey Levin
called one of my sources at the FBI who was involved in this case, who said that nobody has been cleared in connection with the video. That doesn't mean they're implicated either, but they said they're looking at everything, including this. So I'm getting different information from the FBI.
Okay, so what do you make of it, Maureen?
I think that in the Bureau, we're doing different things. And, Fitz has talked at length about the number of different investigations in all these different silos that are happening simultaneously, including the Sheriff's Department. Our team is just not going to give up, especially like the CAST team, the cellular analysis team, and others. We are just not going to give up until we check every single solitary box that we check. And for two different agencies to have two different ways of going about things is totally natural. You're always going to have hiccups. You're always going to have issues among personnel, but that's where leadership comes in. If you're a good leader, like more than one time I had a supervisor say, hey, I need you to go over here and build a damn bridge. And I don't care what you have to do to build it, because we have whatever the situation is at hand. And here the situation obviously is an 84-year-old woman. So
oh, sorry, Maureen. Sweet Caroline, thank you so much. Nothing going on. Surprise. I get it. You have a dark sense of humor like me, Sweet Caroline. Surprise, surprise. Well, I got it posted. I got my one eye on Maureen, one eye on a live stream, and one eye on something else.
We have different ways of going about it. We're not going to tell them how to handle their business. They're not.
But thank you very much, Sweet Caroline, for real. And remember to like the video out there if you're here. Subscribe to the channel. Super chats are the best way to get questions answered too. And I'm live doing this almost every night.
They're not going to be telling us how to handle ours. And then at the end of the day, we just share in a really good situation, we're going to share all the information, and we're going to do it in the command post, and we're going to say, this is what we found. This is
with respect to this guy, though, I think it's fair to say he's not a great lead. No one's considering him their hottest lead right now. Otherwise, the messaging overall would be different. And so that's disturbing, because now we have at least two men who, one we know committed a crime, one we think looks pretty sketchy with the double backpack in the alley in the middle of the night, trying to get through some gate. Doesn't exactly look like, he's working on his dissertation. So I'm not sure what's happening there in Tucson. And then we have a third person. Now another video has emerged, and we're going to show that today, of yet another guy. This guy is on a porch. This, again, comes from one of the Ring camera forums are in and around Tucson. Like, people talk and they link their ring cameras and they talk about what they've seen on there. Now look at this guy. He was all over this woman's porch in the middle of the night. Look at him, you guys. He's got the dark mustache. He's got the soul patch into a beard underneath his chin. He's got pretty distinguished eyebrows. Now, unfortunately, he is also kind of skinny. In my view, that's a distinction from the man who was on Nancy Guthrie's porch. You can tell he sort of knows about the Ring camera here himself. But look at that. Before he manages to cover it up or do whatever he did to it, boy, oh boy, you have a pretty good headshot of him. So, Jim, there is a striking similarity between this guy and his face, at least, and what we think is behind that masked man on Nancy's porch.
And once again, as I've said about the last guy we showed and the same guy we talked about yesterday. By the way, Maureen and I came up with the name Tupac for him.
This latest guy?
No, the guy from yesterday.
Oh,
with Tupac.
Pac-Man. Oh, Tupac. I get
Tupac,
it.
yeah.
Well,
Anyway,
well
but this guy, yeah, there are some similarities, certainly through the eye holes. They've got to follow up on this. I would want to know how far away from Nancy's house, the exact night, the same, and the time of day, and perhaps if any other ring cameras pick this guy up along the way. He's certainly acting suspicious, like he doesn't belong there. Yeah,
There's
that's
no
a good
way he
side by side.
belongs.
Well, of course not. I mean, unless it's an ex-girlfriend or something. I mean, we just don't know that. But I'm sure the ex-girlfriend wouldn't be putting this thing out unless she wanted to, upset her ex-boyfriend. So he has to be looked into. Facial recognition. Local sheriff deputies are going to know this guy. Most likely, someone will recognize him and say, "Hey, who is he?" If he's just a normal, street guy doing his thing, that's one thing. But if he's obviously if he's there for some other reason, that has to be determined. And if he never shows up and turns himself in, that's a clue too. So we have to get these guys identified as the bottom line, and maybe just move on from there. But without knowing who they are, their names, or where exactly they were, at 1:47 or so that Sunday morning, they got to keep him in the suspect pool.
We don't know, but somebody knows. Here's the information. The original poster of the video goes by Keen Divine online. And this was originally posted it was dated January 23rd, last month, from the neighbor's Ring camera app, not far from Nancy. Then our friend Nerdy Addict on X, he reposted it, which is where I saw it this morning. The man showed up on.
I would say, on a serious note, flock of black sheep sends some good vibes to Nancy Guthrie and her family. So Savannah Guthrie, Annie, the brother Cameron, all of them, all the people impacted by this. Let's send them some good vibes, because they might be getting some pretty bad news this evening. But even if not, they still need the good vibes anyway. So let's send them out there and say a prayer or whatever else you believe in. I do believe in the power of prayer. I do believe in the power of energies and positive energies focused on one thing. I absolutely believe in that. My experience has taught me to believe in that. I've seen it. I've seen things like that happen firsthand.
Someone's porch, he said, around 3:30 a.m. and then returned again at 5 a.m., prompting a concerned Ring user to post about it on the neighbor app. This home is roughly 6 miles south of Nancy Guthrie's house. Look at that. I mean, short of it being vertical, this guy gave us his own little mugshot. I mean, somebody should be looking into him for what, if anything, may have gone missing on that porch at a minimum. The link that the neighbor who posted it on the neighborsring.com, that post says, this guy appeared in the front yard around 3:30 a.m., then returned around 5 a.m. My dogs went crazy barking and thankfully spooked him away. I didn't answer the door. Anyone else see him in the area of 6th between Campbell and Tucson Boulevard? He's got on a light color. And now moving on to just what we see in the video for the listening audience. He has dark hair.
So in terms of the timeline, I'm not sure when this was taken versus the masked person at the Nest Cam.
Facial hair, a mustache, the soul patch underneath his bottom lip. He approaches the doorway, appears to be carrying a light colored sweatshirt or jacket. He sort of oddly hunches over. We think probably trying to avoid.
Looks like a tattoo there, a little neck tattoo action, right?
Avoid detection on the camera, which failed with his rear end to the camera. But I mean, he's caught, his whole face is on there.
So what do you think? Not Tommaso, I guess, right?
He shuffles to the side, appears to try to block the camera unsuccessfully. You see his entire face. He does have more rounded eyes, and it looks a little bit like he has something on his neck, like a tattoo. It's hard to see, and he looks Hispanic to me. You can't really tell in this black and white video for sure, but I don't know. To me, still, he seems too skinny. The guy who was at Nancy's for sure, to me, looks slightly huskier than this guy and huskier than Tupac. And now let's see. Yes, this is somebody on the Nerdy Addict thread. Chuppa Jones points out, notice how he uses the same hand to block the camera, then almost seemingly instinctively does the same little crouch down to the left motion as the abductor, or as the maskless guy, as Tupac, he's saying, as Tupac does in the video. It's like he's reaching for something that isn't there. A lot of speculation about whether this is the same guy. Let me just, any thoughts on all of that? Because this is somebody who was in the area. He came back an hour and a half later. This is very suspicious. And by the way, we think Nancy's abductor may have come back. He approached that door more than once. We at least think that because he didn't have the backpack on in that one shot, Maureen.
Right. I think you're right about this guy. He's got those large eyes and he's got those eyebrows that are perfectly arched at the bottom, and he's got the right facial hair around his mouth. I wish I could see the mouth a little bit better.
Yeah, because the perpetrator at Nancy's house has thick lips.
That were perfectly calm the whole time. There are people that can't pick up a plate or turn a doorknob without making some sort of, tightening up their face in some way, shape, or form. But that person on Nancy's porch just was calm as a cucumber the whole time. I do see a similarity, as you pointed out, about how calm this person is, this new video, the way he just saunters around, and he's hunched over. He seems to be a bit taller, and I would agree a bit thinner, but we don't know that right now. Maybe we can get that team out on the front porch to measure all that, but I don't see this person standing up straight.
So what we're starting to see here is the fact that, okay, none of the DNA is found in Nancy's home is from Savannah, Annie, or Tommaso. So whatever happened, it seems like either they contracted it out, that's not confirmed or anything, or it doesn't have to do with the family at all, and it was done for another reason. And what would if it wasn't about the family, what would the reason be? Revenge, politics, who would benefit? I would have thought money would be the reason, but it doesn't seem like that was their goal here. Or maybe they butchered the abduction and they ruined their chances for money because they killed her right away. That's a possibility to me.
Does it say or did it mention at all if this person in this newest video was seen at other houses in the area, or just that one particular?
Did not say that. And one notable distinction is he did not wear a ski mask. So if that was a crime, unlike Tupac or Pac-Man, who was just who looked like he had just committed a crime, this is just my own supposition, or might be about to. So, and was in an area where the crime didn't appear to be happening. It seemed to be more like where he was stashing something. Could be totally reasonable explanation for his behavior. Should note that for the record. This guy was in the midst of something that looked sketchy, like on the porch. And he was not wearing the face mask, unlike Nancy's abductor, who did have the face mask. But this is where I want to bring in the latest sketch from this world famous sketch artist, you guys, because I'm hold in your head, and I'll put it back on the board too when we get to it. The picture of Porch Man, okay? The new Porch Man, unmasked Porch Man. There's a very famous forensic artist named Lois Gibson. And she's now in her 70s. She's retired Houston PD forensic artist, and she is the forensic artist. So you are the victim of a crime, you go in, you speak with Lois about what you saw. Try to remember what he looked like, and she can translate your memory into a picture. She actually holds the Guinness World Record for most successful forensic artist. On her website, she credits her near-death experience as the victim of a serial rapist/killer as the reason she's so passionate about catching criminals. She's got a very interesting personal story, and her website states that her sketches have helped identify more than 751 criminals. So this woman's pretty badass. Now, she talked with the Guinness Book of World Records when she was honored about how she helps crime victims remember faces, because she said so many of them will come in and say, I didn't see the face. I don't know. And just listen to Lois here.
I've had witnesses that were screaming, I never saw the face. They screamed, they never saw the face. Well, here's two tricks. Number one is you ask them, what kind of hair did they have? And everybody remembers hair. I mean, human beings are obsessed with hair. That's why high school's so hard. And then the other trick you use, if they are sure, they say, no, I never saw the face, is you talk about something else, you become very nice to them, and you ponder The character.
I tell you what, this is some Friday the 13th music here, let me tell you. We're living in a weird reality right now. Maybe the simulation is glitching. Elon Musk thinks we're living in a simulation.
Of the person that attacked them, and then you say, what kind of expression did he have? If they answer that, they saw the face.
It's very clever, right?
Yeah,
So
I like her approach.
Yeah, her whole demeanor is good. So she took a shot at coming up with a sketch based on Nancy's abductor, based on the mask. Like
Wow.
she took a look at his masked face, and here it is. For listening
I'll
on,
tell you, that face there looks a little bit like the face that we saw in that recent video, doesn't it?
audience, it looks like a Hispanic man. He looks, forgive me, kind of handsome. A good head of hair, the black mustache sort of right down into a goatee that doesn't have hair all out throughout the chin, just a line of it going down the sides of his little mouth and down into like a devil beard with the soul patch connected with a little devil beard, but not a pointed beard. He has a nice nose. He's got a little age on his face. I'd say this man here is late 30s, and he's got the eyes that you see in the actual photo from Nancy's ring cam, Nest Cam, in that the sides of the eyes, the outside end of the eyes go maybe ever so slightly upward. You know, they tilt almost a little bit upward at the outside. There's no hood on those eyelids. This guy does not need the plastic surgery that gets rid of the upper eyelid. And we were told yesterday by law enforcement, FBI, that's what they were doing on Nancy's porch with that tent, as Jim and Maureen said. They were figuring out how tall the perp was, and they now said 5'9" to 5'10". So this guy doesn't look particularly large in stature in the way she's showing him in her sketch that she came up with. And just before I get it to you guys to weigh in on, I'm going to give you one more thing on Lois Gibson. She's solved all these cases, or helped solve. And one of the best was this case of a non-fatal shooting of a cop named Officer Paul Deason. She tells the story. We actually pulled it. This is again in her interview with the Guinness Book. Who knew the Guinness Book of World Records was doing on-camera interviews, by the way? She tells the story about how she helped catch Officer Paul Deason's shooter. Watch this.
So I had an officer that was shot in the head and shot in the back and run over and drug under a car. Officer Paul Deason was patrolling one night, and he didn't realize the guy that he stopped to just give a regular ticket was an escaped convict whose name was Donald Eugene Dutton. So Don Dutton, as soon as he gets stopped by Paul Deason, he jumps out of his car and he shoots Paul in the head and in the back. Paul twirls around and falls down unconscious on the ground. So Don Dutton got back in the car and on purpose ran over Paul, Officer Deason, and it drug him down the street about 60 feet. So Paul is so tough, he gets up and walks back to his radio and calls in his own assist, and was semi-unconscious. And he told me, I didn't remember his face. I didn't see his face. I only saw the flash of the gun. So I talked about other things and said, Paul, you're going to live. You're going to be okay. And I said, what kind of expression did he have? And I'll never forget, he said he looked like a shark, like he didn't care about anything at all. And inside my mind, I'm going, yee-haw, because that means he remembered the face. Anyway, Officer Deason swears he doesn't remember doing the sketch with me, because I talked to him years later and I've got it hanging on my wall. They released the sketch. 3 days later, Don Dutton was caught trying to shoplift a chainsaw from a Sears. When he was arrested for the shoplifting incident, 2 of the guys at the jail thought he looked like my sketch. So they held an in-hospital room video lineup for Paul Deason, and he picked him out. And then they went to the parking lot of the shoplifting scene, and they found a car with pieces of Paul's skin and uniform hanging from the undercarriage. So he for sure did it. And I went to trial, and he got life in prison, and Paul reached over across the bench and kissed me on the cheek.
Incredible story. And like the listening audience, her sketch of the perp there, Don, is identical. Guys, look at that. Look
Agreed.
at that. It's as if
Shark
she was
eyes.
working off of the photograph of this man. But when she drew that sketch on the left, she had never seen his face. She had a cop who didn't think he had seen his face, a cop who'd suffered massive trauma. So you'd have to really question whether he remembered anything you could be relied on for a description. It is as if she drew the photograph. So we do need to take Lois seriously when she puts this sketch together and says, I took a shot. And here's what she wrote on X. I guessed at the parts of the face covered with the ski mask on this Nancy Guthrie kidnapping suspect. I used the surveillance photos shown. I spent 43 years at the job trying to help detectives with similar photos. Only things somewhat sure are eyes and part of lips/mustache. I'll take the hit if I'm drastically wrong. Don't criticize, do your own. So Lois is like, she's not taking guff from anybody. She's throwing down. It was a bold thing for her to do because she knows she could be wrong. I take her very seriously, and just for not for nothing, but let's just compare her sketch to Porch Man from last night.
Something's wrong.
Pretty good. I mean,
yeah, looks like it.
And it's pretty damn good. I got to say, for the listening audience, it's eerily similar. Like, do they not have to seriously investigate this latest Porch Man? Jim?
Well, I'd be curious if Lois saw this latest Porch Man, as we'll call him. I don't think so from what you said.
Oh my goodness.
No, because
so we got a foliage grabber and a porch man.
This came out yesterday, and this
Oh,
latest
okay.
guy, this hit today.
Fine. Well, you're not going to hear Jim Fitzgerald on Megyn Kelly's show say, don't incorporate this sketch into the investigation. This is obviously a positive lead. And by the way, it's refreshing to see sketch artists who actually draw their composite sketches as opposed to using software. The software is okay, but I really like seeing the artist. It's a true art, not to use that word over again. Lots and lots of practice is needed. You have to be a very good listener.
So Sweet Caroline, we don't know yet. I mean, we're waiting on a payment. I imagine the law enforcement's going to come out with something first. That would be my thinking.
You have to know how to interact with people. Obviously, she's not doing that in this case. So I would say very much this sketch is worth putting out. I will add this caveat, though. And I put some of these pointers out a few days ago with you, Megyn. It's this guy may have changed his identity since the abduction itself, but certainly since the video went out, even with the skull mask on. So look at the base. I would tell the public, look at the basic features in this composite sketch, but don't get thrown off, without the goatee, mustache, whatever. But just think, did this guy have it before? If he wore this most of his life, whatever, or certainly in the last few years, all of a sudden it came off in the last week or so, call the FBI tip line.
Red alert. I mean,
Yeah.
Maureen, this woman's got a lifetime of figuring out what does someone look like without being shown what they look like, by just being given a few clues, a few remembrances. And here, I mean, I would argue that the face masked subject is probably even easier to work off of than someone's memory, because you can see things like face shape and some facial hair, and the eyes are everything.
Right. But if the face mask is tight, it can smash down the nose considerably. But I'm not going to argue with this lady either. I mean, she's legit. She's done the job. She's succeeded at it over and over and over. So, but I would agree with Fitz that let's not limit our imaginations to what this person will or will not look like. They'll definitely be on edge. They're going to be, they're going to be freaking out. But this whole where we are now is just like another dip or rise in this roller coaster called the Nancy Guthrie case. This is just unprecedented.
It's sad because here we are, it's now getting extremely unlikely that Nancy is still alive because the family told us she can't survive without her critical meds. And, it's possible they just said that in order to engender sympathy with the kidnapper. Like, this is about to turn into a murder, in case you didn't know that or didn't plan that. But here we are almost 2 weeks later, and we still don't have her. And they said they'd been checking the hospitals to see if anybody had popped in to try to get meds, and at least the initial search suggested no. Go ahead, Maury.
With regard to the meds, my mother-in-law was put on hospice because it was during COVID and she was in assisted living, and they said, we're taking her off all of her meds for whatever reason. And we don't expect her to last long. We don't think she can last long without all this medication, heart medication, everything, right? They took her off the meds. She lasted another couple of years and she felt better than she felt while she was on the meds. So that gives me a little bit of hope. We have to work this case. Law enforcement has to work this case like she's alive. It's the only way to work this. And that's why tensions run high. That's why the stakes are so high, is because everyone.
So whenever someone has a video they want me to watch, know that links can't be sent. And sometimes apparently I don't even get it when people post other things. The only way to ensure it, I guess, is to send a super chat with the information, because apparently I don't get all the messages.
One's trying to believe she's going to come home.
Well, I mean, Jim, you know as well as I do that these sketches, they can be really good. I mean, they can be great, like Lois. They can be not as great. I mean, the Unabomber sketch is the most famous or infamous sketch in the world. Everybody.
Breaking news! 2 minutes ago, Pima County Sheriff Department. Law enforcement activities underway at a residence near East Orange Grove Road and North First Avenue related to the Guthrie case. Because this is a joint investigation at the request of the FBI, no additional information is currently available. So I'll repeat it again. Law enforcement activity is underway at a residence near East Orange Grove Road and North First Avenue related to the Guthrie case. Because this is a joint investigation, at the request of the FBI, no additional information is currently available. So nothing. So it's nothing then.
He knew the Unabomber by his police sketch for the vast majority. I bet, in fact, when you say Unabomber, I think people think of the police sketch more than they think of the actual image of Ted Kaczynski once you guys got him. I can't really look. I'm looking at it now. Can I really say this sketch artist nailed Ted Kaczynski? I don't know. I mean, like, you know, it shows him with the hoodie and the sunglasses. And then you see him later with his crazy mane of hair and his crazy beard. I'm not sure. There have been others. There was one, the Night Stalker, a serial killer in San Francisco Bay Area, LA, April 84 through August of 85. He killed at least 15 people. We're showing his sketch on the board right now. That's not bad. That one's not bad at all. Police had released one of these to the media and he was caught later, but that one's not bad. The one of Dennis Rader, BTK. I don't know. You tell me what you think.
It's not going to identify him with his family or friends,
No,
unfortunately.
So, I mean, I'm looking at this here and I see nothing. Google KVOA. Okay, KVOA. And then what? Suspects detained. I'm typing that in. And what am I looking for? Is it a video?
You could rule some people out. It'll be tough to rule someone in based on that composite right there. But they tried.
Let me show you
That's
one
all they
other.
can do.
Here's Son of Sam, David Berkowitz, who terrified us all in 1977, 1 year in New York City. And let me tell you, growing up in upstate New York during that time, everybody knew who Son of Sam was. This one actually got a lot of criticism after he was caught because they ripped on the sketch artist. I think it's actually pretty good, not knowing, you know, for somebody who's never seen him before. But the face is a lot thinner than Berkowitz really was. Like, Berkowitz was fat. He was kind of chubby.
Fat, and he had that receding hairline that the sketch just looks like some guy with perfect hair versus.
And the
what
sketch
this
shows a
clown-
nose that looks like, I don't know, it's like more wide at the bottom with wider nostrils and a thinner bridge. And Berkowitz's nose it looks more Italian to me. Like, it doesn't look the same down at the bottom. And the lips don't look the same. I mean, it bears a resemblance, I think it's fair to say. But so I don't know, like, they're hit or miss, basically.
But let me add here, all this stuff is good and important, but this opens up another door for us that I was hesitant to get into for the last week or so. I think we touched on it yesterday. Why is this guy now on the porch of someone else a week before or so, 5 miles away? And what is the problem with that? And was this a mission-oriented project, which I thought it was all along, to kidnap Mrs. Guthrie? And we'll rule out Tupac from last night, but this guy does look good. Is this now a random sort of act of violence, an abduction there? And then that even strengthens more now that the kidnapping part and the raising the money for ransom is even more specious and not.
Why are people talking about JLR too? What's he doing? Why are you saying this, Veronica? So, Veronica, this is JLR. What are we watching? We're watching nothing.
Are you kidding me? So they're not going to give any statement? All right, well, tell KNSD and tell Bay Area people to watch. It doesn't work. I don't know if they want it.
I mean, what? I'm better off watching Megyn Kelly. This is a waste of time.
Was this a mission-oriented project, which I thought it was all along, to kidnap Mrs. Guthrie? And we'll rule out Tupac from last night, but this guy does look good. Is this now a random sort of act of violence, an abduction there? And then that even strengthens more now that the kidnapping part and the raising the money for ransom is even more specious and not connected at all to the actual abduction. So why is this guy a week beforehand going on someone else's? That's why I asked yesterday, was the address very similar or one block away? The police go to wrong houses sometimes when they're doing search warrants, and that's a bad thing. And FBI has done it too. So this just opens up this other door. I hate to use the word meaningless, but like almost motiveless. And everything we put into this, all my experience, Maureen's, could this just be some rando walking down the street? Why he puts on the mask, for Nancy's abduction and not a week before, because maybe he did this surveillance before, looked in the window. Hey, there's this old lady by herself. I see a camera. So if this is directed to kidnap her, why go to some other place a week before? That's what I'm trying to reconcile in my head, unless the guy is not connected at all. But we have to figure out who this guy was from this latest video and figure out his name and address and determine.
If it's not connected, I think it's safe to say we should not move to Tucson. Like, how many men do they have roaming in the middle of the night, trying to break in, creepily preying on people's porches, possibly abducting women from their beds? Like, I didn't know that Tucson was such a hotbed of criminality, but it's kind of disturbing, Maureen.
Well, he's got something in his hands. Fitz, what would you say to the possibility that maybe he was going around as part of his pre-incident work and trying to get clothing from people that had someone else's DNA all the way, just
I can't rule that out, but it's
a bridge
I don't think this guy is as bright as some people are giving him credit for. I mean, again, it's a successful abduction. We have to give this guy credit for that so far. But is it all by happenstance, by fluke, and some mistakes made early on by the investigators? I mean,
well, let me give you one other. I have another criminal for you from the Tucson area who's on camera. This one is a peeping Tom, and I believe this is from December. this is a local couple realized that they live in like an apartment complex, it looks like. And they look at this guy. He's wearing a reflective vest. It's almost like he wants to be seen for the listening audience. He's got reflections, like the stripes all over his shirt. And the couple that has been spied on is now filming him. I don't know if it's with their Nest camera or their Ring camera, or they actually just did it, but he's going up on his tiptoes and he's holding his phone in front of a high up window. The couple spoke to the local media.
And I did read the Pima County most recent tweet, but I'll read it again. And Canada was trying to show me something. I don't know what was in the videos or the thing. It didn't look like anything new. So this law enforcement activities is underway at residents near East Orange Grove Road and North First Avenue related to the Guthrie case. Because this is a joint investigation at the request of the FBI, no additional information is currently available.
Saying that's a bathroom window.
I'd like to see how old that female victim was in that.
She's not. She's young. She's not old, which is the distinction here. I mean, I think, because it's like, if you're peeping Tom and you want to look into the windows of young women in their bathrooms, and this woman is young, she looks like maybe young 30s to me. That doesn't necessarily put you on the line for abducting an 84-year-old in the middle of the night. But I am just saying, like, Tucson's got a crime problem. Maybe it's every city that has all this stuff on camera, but this one happened. The one that we're showing you the video of happened December 18th, 2025. He was spotted peeping into apartments near Cortaro Farms in Thornydale and Pima County. I don't know where that is in relation to Nancy. Actually, I do. It's 9.3 miles west of Nancy's house. My crack team looked that up. But this man is 6'3" to 6'4", and has a different. So it's not our guy, because the FBI, they wouldn't be off by that many inches in estimating who took Nancy. And the couple was reporting that they saw him looking into one of their neighbors' windows as well.
Peeping Toms. What is this? Back to the Future? But if you're here, we've got 3,500 people in the chat. We need some more likes out there. Likes are free. Super chats are awesome too. And subscribe to the channel if you're not already.
This wasn't the first time. They say that the estimated population in Tucson for at least 2024, the most recent we have, is 554,000. They had about 2,200. No, they had 2,084 burglaries in 2024, which is 401 burglaries per every 100,000 residents. I don't know if that seems high to me.
That's high.
But perhaps this is like, I don't know. Like, if this were the case, is it like Tucson's forgotten how to investigate these, or what? Because nobody has confidence in this sheriff at this point. And I would think this guy would say, I've been around the block. I know how to investigate a break-in. I've done all the things I need to do. There was no problem with me turning over the crime scene when I did. But instead, he's been kind of like, okay, if there's someone to blame, I'll take the blame. It doesn't seem like they're very good at investigating so far.
Well, if you have a city council, go ahead, Fitz.
No, you go, and then I'll pick up.
If you have a city council and a mayor that aren't supportive.
So Tim says there's breaking news. They took something out of a Jeep or a Range Rover. Please hold up a sheet while taking something out of the Range Rover. What could that possibly be?
Of law enforcement going after any kind of petty crime. This is exactly what you're going to get. It's like a bunch of 3-year-olds. Criminals are like 3-year-olds. If you let them get away with anything, they're going to get away with everything.
Well, that's clearly what's happening. And I don't know if it was any accident that, this guy thought he could get away with it on Nancy Guthrie's doorstep or breaking into her house because maybe he's in this crime world, Fitz, to your point. And he's like, everyone's getting away with it. I can get away with it too. And then things went wrong in there. And it just turned into, now I got to get rid of the evidence of what I did. But wouldn't there be something stolen out of the house if that were the case?
Absolutely. There's always a motive for a crime. I mentioned in your program the other day, Megan, about the double homicide in Vermont of 2 professors at a Dartmouth college. My profile was initially off. We thought it was someone they knew because the family said nothing was stolen out of the house. I told you later, 2 teenage boys were arrested. They stabbed both parties to death. And they said nothing was stolen. And then we said it's someone they know. The guy was in business with someone in South America, and maybe there was an affair or something like that, or a former student didn't like the grades they got. Well, it turns out 4 days later, the daughters reported cash was stolen from the house. Somehow the daughters knew where cash was kept. That changed everything. That was then the crime scene became a theft, a robbery, a burglary. They were allowed into the house. They pretend they were taking a survey. So there have been some problems with this investigation. If it turns out that there are some missing items, but you're not going to steal missing items and the person who lives there. You may kill the person in there if they see you, because they're not going to talk when they're dead, if they somehow have ID, or identification, but you're wearing a mask to begin with. So the purpose of this, whatever this break-in was, it doesn't seem to be something was stolen, unless there's something the family is not telling us about at all. And then for some reason, Mom/Nancy had to come along at the same time. So no, the mission had to be to abduct this woman. Was she the specific one? Could it have been anyone? That's what we still have to ask ourselves.
But it just seems so unlikely that it's like, oh, and they just happen to get Savannah Guthrie's mother.
Of all people, right?
Right. Oh, and I'm here to rob the house. I got a great idea. Why don't you just come with me? So get dressed.
Yeah.
Yep.
Stop bleeding.
Oh, you don't want to? And then, ow. Yeah. And then
no, it doesn't.
She goes down.
It seems much more likely they knew exactly who was in there. It just seems impossible to me. Though I understand some people there have said it took them years to know that Nancy was Savannah's mother. Apparently she's not like my mom running around telling like the electrician and everybody. Like my mom loves to tell people, her doctors, they all know. I guess Nancy was more reserved about that fact, which my mom and I have had some laughs over the past week. We've been laughing and worrying together, gallows humor on our own account. But in any event, so it is possible that the locals didn't know that this was Savannah Guthrie's mom, but it just seems too extraordinary to think it had nothing to do with the reason she was chosen. I want to keep going because there's a couple of other things that I've got to ask you guys about. This is just breaking now. Okay, here we are again. I'm sorry to even raise it, but I have to. TMZ just says it just received a third email from the man who claims he knows the identity of Nancy Guthrie's kidnapper, and that he's now upped his price. Remember, he was going to give us that information for the low price of 1 Bitcoin, about 65 grand. No, he's pissed now. The email says he's contacting TMZ because he doesn't trust law enforcement, but he trusts Harvey Levin, who spends most of his time talking about celebrity news inside the 30-mile zone or Los Angeles. Okay, he's essentially using TMZ as an intermediary, telling authorities, you don't trust me, I don't trust you. He suggests the reward is now, he suggests the FBI reward, having been doubled to $100,000, because that happened yesterday after our show, was a move designed, quote, to discredit me. Now he wants the $100,000 from the FBI, and here's how. He's asking for a fraction of Bitcoin worth 50 grand, and in return, he will give up the information, and then he expects another 50,000 in Bitcoin. He promises not to withdraw the first 50,000 until the kidnapper is arrested. There's another important change. He says when he gets the initial payment, he will give up, quote, the name of the main individual, referring to the main individual, suggesting possibly that there are accomplices. But this.
So, Tim, where did you see this information about the Range Rover and the sheet?
Excuse me. Like, what's happening here? You're both shaking your heads.
You.
I'm good. It's fine. They don't need to go through me. But I have to say, like, Harvey Levin is milking this for everything it's worth. I just feel like he's too salacious. He's too eager to put himself out there and see himself on TV every night with Aaron Burnett and then with Sean and then with it's like he's forgive me because I have nothing against Harvey, but he's to me undermining the credibility that he had when he reported the initial ransom notes or whatever we're referring to the original communications.
We could almost say he's an opportunist taking advantage of the opportunist who's taking advantage of the abduction of Nancy Guthrie. I can't tell you how many times I've been in prison, in jail cells with long timers, short timers. Marina, you can probably relate to this. And you're working some other crimes, the guy's part of a gang, whatever. And you say, yeah, we need information on this. Happened in the Unabomber case. When the New York Times letters, he put a 9-digit number. So happened it was a social security number that came back to a guy in prison. It was in the Manhunt Unabomber miniseries in my book. But the point, and we went in and talked to the guy, and he said, oh yeah, the Unabomber. Yeah, I'll tell you what, you get me out of prison, I'll find this Unabomber guy for you. Now that's one big example of a big case, but I've done that other times with guys. Yeah, those burglars, yeah, get me out of here for my charges. I'll find who's doing it. No, the deal is you tell us first, then we'll go to the prosecutor, the judge, and we'll get you a lower sentence and maybe get you out if it's good information.
Yes.
This guy,
yes,
everyone knows the
because
rules.
this guy would
Everyone
have the
knows the rules.
100,000 if he had the name of the kidnapper. All he'd have to do is give it up, and he'd get the 100,000. He doesn't have to do any of this rigmarole.
And he can be anonymous. And we told him yesterday, the guy, whoever was at the porch, we said yesterday on your show, don't fear that guy on the porch. He's not going to hurt you, I assure you. Nor will the main guy, whoever that is supposed to be. So I would not take this person serious. The family, the FBI, have to decide. If nothing else, they'd have to put out there, publicly, and maybe we're doing it right now. Give us a little something. Give us a little something to prove that you're valid, that you have decent information, and maybe we'll then take you serious. And if he knows this much about the case, he can give something. Now we're not going to know if it's true or not, but if he's this close.
Tim, where did you see this? Police hold up a sheet while taking something out of the Range Rover. Where did you see this?
For the information. And now TMZ, now think about this too, and I'll let Maureen take over. So TMZ is putting this information out. If there's a real kidnapper or team of kidnappers holding Nancy in custody or wherever.
In Canada, I'm still not getting the name of the channel. You're still not telling me. If you're sending the messages, I'm not getting it. So if you could just say the name of the channel of this clip that you want me to watch and then the title of the video, I still haven't found it.
She may be at this point, they're going to be looking around at each other saying, hey, who's talking? Who's talking to TMZ? And they're going to start, accusing each other of things. So unless that's some wild strategy that someone's employing for that purpose alone. But I'm not talking. No, I'm not talking. So nothing about this makes sense.
What would you be doing with this information, Maureen, if you were investigating this case?
Well, like Fitz, I have had guys in prison on this case, this big case we worked, where they would say, if you let me out, I could solve this other one. That seems to be something that you see a lot. And I just said, hey, I like your enthusiasm, but I think it's fairly obvious. I can't let you walk out of prison for some.
Well, this is this, but there's no volume. 3 people detained in connection with Guthrie case. I mean, this is as forward as it gets.
Been here, we have Fox News reporting that multiple people have been detained. And it's not just the sheriff's department on scene. In the last 5 minutes, we saw one of 2 SWAT trucks that we've seen tonight come out. The other one about an hour ago left. Along with the sheriff's department, Sahuarita Police is here, Oro Valley Police is here, Marana Police is here. So whatever is happening in this neighborhood is bringing in multiple agencies. And this is coming on the heels of a bunch of different information following this case. So we know that the sheriff's department today, they announced that someone's DNA was found on Nancy's property, and they say that investigators are working to identify who it belongs to. Now, they do say that
could lead to, we still don't know, and that is the question we're all waiting for this evening. I keep checking the X account for Pima County. And so far, we're not seeing any update except for that one we showed you that was posted now 51 minutes ago. And that was the most current. They said, again, that they would. As we're approaching the midnight hour, it will be 2 weeks now since this all happened. And again, the video that was released of the suspect going up to the front porch.
Canada, just stop. I'm not getting him. Just stop.
Trying to hide that camera, or at least hide his view from the camera. Another angle here from the front of this Range Rover that is parked here in this fast food restaurant parking lot. Can't tell a lot of information. It's been raining there tonight in Tucson, as you can tell. Surrounded by sheriff's deputies. It doesn't appear that it was parked in any sort of, I mean, it's a little parked a little off kilter, but it's not clear if somebody ditched this vehicle and left the scene. We're all just putting this together until we find out exactly what may have.
So Canada, I did not get it one time. You did not say the name of the channel, and I did not get a title of the video. I don't know what keeps on happening, but I'm not getting any of them.
What may have sparked interest in this particular vehicle that is here tonight. But we saw the FBI taking photos, documenting this from multiple angles to basically try to document what was going on with this car. And maybe, I don't know if they were searching for fingerprints, but with the rain out there, that might be difficult tonight as well. So Megan is on her way over to the scene, and we will hopefully get more information from her as she gets there. Again, it is not far away. I'm gonna take a quick break right here. We're gonna let you keep watching these images as they come in, and we're gonna try to get some more information for you and get back to you shortly. Stay with us.
So we're going to stop sharing this.
Yeah, people say arrested.
Oh, no, you're okay.
My Lord. My screens keep on like combining somehow. Thank you very much for this, sweet Caroline. Are they keeping information only for mainstream television channels? There was a little bit of that going on, but that doesn't mean J for Justice and JLR will get nothing, or Agenda Free TV will get nothing. But I do think there's a little bit of them keeping the best stuff for the mainstream. So yes.
Entire situation. I think it's really hard to say, and I think that it could go either way. Now, aside from these scheduled press conferences that the Pima County Sheriff has held, I think that this is the first time that they've given a designated area for me.
Now, you can try to send information. It's just if you're going to get blocked, you either have to send a super chat or send it another way if YouTube's going to block the comment. No, but as I'm doing a live show, it gets very frustrating when you're trying to see a comment that's not showing up. Very frustrating.
Media, and that they've said someone will be coming to speak. Again, they said the public information officer would meet us here. That sounded like they were going to be speaking on camera. Now they're saying that it will be a statement. We're hoping that the information is just as important and valuable, but we're not sure. I'm not sure what will come from this situation. We did see those vehicles leave and cars are still making their way through, but we're just waiting for an update at this point. Will do.
Now, if YouTube is blocking the comments, the only way to get a blocked comment is a super chat or a super sticker, I think, if it's going to block the comments. Every time else people tell me about a channel, they can tell me the name of the channel and they give me the title. But if it's going to get blocked, there's nothing that can be done. They can't tell you. This live stream sucks. Yeah, and so once it doesn't work once or twice, then you know it's not working, and you have to try to send it another way. But what I don't understand is why couldn't you just say the name of the channel? It wasn't letting you type in the name of the channel. It doesn't make sense. And yes, that is true. Canada does block a lot of things. I try to send things to my friends in Canada. They can't open links and they can't get things because Canada cracks down on speech or cracks down on what news they can access. So we're watching nothing.
More on the screen. Is this just me?
Nancy Guthrie was forcibly taken from her Tucson home almost 2 weeks ago. Let's take you through this timeline. Again, so much has happened, but we have still been waiting for any kind of big break in this case. The mother of Today co-anchor Savannah Guthrie, she was taken from her Tucson home on February 1st after going out to dinner with the family. A day later, Sheriff Nanos confirmed in a press conference that this was being investigated as a crime. And then on Tuesday, February 3rd, a Fox 10 photojournalist captured this video showing dried blood on the stoop outside of Guthrie's home, Nancy Guthrie's home. TMZ and local TV station also confirmed that they received alleged ransom notes demanding Bitcoin for Guthrie's return. And DNA analysis of that blood did show that that blood belonged to Nancy Guthrie. Then last Wednesday on the 4th, her daughter, again, Savannah Guthrie, posted her first message on Instagram. And this message was interesting. It was addressing the case. It looked like, well, it was a prepared statement, that's for sure, and seemingly directed at the alleged kidnapper. Speaking to that person, they had not heard from them. And it was a bit of a reach out effort to try to establish some sort of line of communication with whoever it was who took their mother. Last Thursday, a $50,000 reward was offered for information in the case. Billboards started going up across the Southwest. You might have seen these, asking for tips, and all of this as the first of two reported deadlines in the ransom notes came and went with no information and no movement as far as where Nancy Guthrie was and what condition she might be in. Over the past weekend, Savannah posted another video to social media saying, quote, "We will pay." This was after media outlets received a second ransom note. TMZ seemed to be getting a lot of these notes and a lot of information, even before the law enforcement involved in this. And after several days, without any new developments, the FBI posted these images.
I guess we were looking for the story about the person in the car that might have ended their own life. I can't find anything about that on YouTube at all, because the dude who did it first deleted the video, and then I can't find any other videos about it. So that's what they're saying was a sheet covering the Range Rover. So who that person is, I mean, we don't know. How they're related to the case, we don't know. Are they related to the case? We don't know. Well, people in Canada, I can't send friends of mine links in Canada because Canada blocks them. So regardless of Trump.
Is on Tuesday. Now, this was a huge, groundbreaking piece of information in this case. It showed an armed suspect outside of Nancy Guthrie's home the night that she disappeared. Watching these videos the first time people saw this, it was chilling to see this person on her front porch, covered, the face covered, a backpack on, a weapon at the front of their waist. And this video was able to be salvaged from her doorbell camera. At first, they did not think any of this video would be available, but they worked extensively to try to get this video, and they were able to finally retrieve it. Thousands of tips then flooded into the FBI's tip line. In fact, more than 18,000 after this video was released. Then later that same night, it seemed like another break in the case, or at least a big break in the case. There was a man detained for hours in Rio Rico, Arizona, just about 10 minutes from the U.S.-Mexico border. He was questioned in connection to Guthrie's disappearance, detained in a traffic stop near the border. We all thought that this might be it, that this could be the suspect, but this man was not. He was released. The man told Fox that he works a delivery job in Tucson, and he may have delivered something to Nancy's home, but has nothing to do with the case. In fact, it appears he was identified or tipped off, police were tipped off because of his eyes. Well, yesterday, investigators set up a white tent outside of Guthrie's front door. They moved it just a few hours later, but then they also released more details about the suspect about 4 hours after that tent was removed, describing him as around 5'9" and confirming that he was wearing an Ozark Trail hiker backpack, which is only sold at Walmart or online. So all of these bits of information were finally starting to lead to something that could potentially lead to a suspect in this case. The FBI also doubling its reward for information to $100,000. And that brings us to where we are today. Again, waiting to learn more about the presence of the PCSD, Salvarita Police Department, or
So I'll read the article that people are telling me about. A Shadow Hills resident tells News 4 Tucson that she witnessed 3 people being detained during a SWAT operation on Friday night. According to an unconfirmed report by a neighbor, another person shot himself in the head. This comes after a SWAT situation occurred in the Shadow Hills neighborhood on February 13th. A man and a woman were detained at the house, and a third person was detained in a traffic stop, according to sources close to the investigation. The Pima County Sheriff's Department said the SWAT operation was in connection with the Nancy Guthrie investigation. A PCSD vehicle was seen blocking the roadway at East Placida, De Gracia, and El Domino de Maico. Details are limited, and the statement is expected to come soon. The FBI's Operational Technology Division recently released a description of the subject seen in the doorbell camera in front of Nancy's home. 5'9", 5'10". Yeah. I guess that's it. So, I mean, whatever it is, maybe that person's connected to them. They didn't want to go to jail for a long time, perhaps. So then what is Tim talking about with a Range Rover?
Valley, potentially FBI, at a home near Nancy's house. So let's go back to Megan now after we've established that timeline here for anybody who's really trying to put this all together. And where we are tonight, Megan, still a lot of unanswered questions, and I don't believe we've received anything from Pima County sheriffs in just the past few minutes.
Right.
No, we haven't yet. Again, we're
So there's a dead body, but honestly, until they know the connection to the case, it means nothing.
constantly checking our emails, social media, waiting for this update. We know it's coming. We were told from the Pima County Sheriff's Department that we would get some sort of a written statement, an update. We're assuming it is tied to this, but we don't even know. We know that around 8:30 we were at Nancy's home, and the Pima County Sheriff's Department said that a media staging area would be here. So that's exactly where we came, and we have just been waiting to find out more details. Again, this road has just been constantly blocked off. Cars have been going through. It's hard to tell.
So again, if someone's killing themselves, I mean, why? Because they have drugs in the car, they have a warrant out for their arrest, did they do something and they don't want to get caught? I mean, it could be so many things.
If they're neighbors, if it's people a part of the investigation. But again, we have seen at least 2 SWAT trucks come through, in addition to all those other agencies that you reported. Again, Sahuarita Police, Oro Valley Police, Marana Police, of course, the Pima County Sheriff's Department as well. All just waiting for information. What we do know, Fox News has confirmed that multiple people have been detained. Michael Ruiz with Fox Digital says that authorities have detained 2 males plus 1 of their moms. But that source cautions that during a warrant execution, technically everyone is detained. So again, at this point, we're just waiting on more specifics about who was detained, why they were detained, and hopefully an update on the search for Nancy.
Yeah, again, that's the question we're all waiting for tonight. We did see, again, as you mentioned, the SWAT teams left the neighborhood, which would not be unusual after they did their part of this operation, then to turn it over to the other officers and investigators on the scene. We did see a number of vehicles driving into the neighborhood after they moved some of those cones behind you a little while ago, I think during the beginning of our 10 o'clock newscast. And wasn't clear at that point if it was neighbors or maybe more law enforcement. But the shot from the drone, I don't know if you could see it out there, but we have the Fox News drone team has a shot overhead. It's an infrared camera, so it looks black and white, almost, like a desert.
Oh my goodness, 963 likes when you get to 1,000, chat. Thank you for that, Maureen. That would make me less tired. How about that? Thank you, Maureen. And I do appreciate Canada trying to help there. YouTube is just not letting it happen. But there is a dead body that was certainly not Nancy's body, I would say. But it's just, the question is, how is it connected, right? That's the big question.
Landscape, obviously, because of where it's located. We do see, we can't pinpoint the house, Megan, but we do see, just dozens of police vehicles in this neighborhood now, and we're seeing where you guys are all lined up. So it's not giving us a real clear image as to what may have gone on there, but we do still see such a huge presence of police that does indicate that maybe there is still some sort of...
So Canada, he fled from the house? I mean, where are you getting all this? Is this all just from the Dolly stream? He was at the house and fled when SWAT came. How do you know that?
Active investigation or at least search going on, if they had that search warrant to be looking through that house. Maybe that is why we're still waiting for that statement a little bit more than an hour, I think, now, since we were first told that that statement would be coming. So the play tonight, I guess, is just to keep checking and seeing if they're refreshing anything. It doesn't seem like at this point. I guess what I'm saying is that if this was a major break in this case, I believe that they would still be coming out and giving a press briefing like they first said that they would be doing.
I think that's what a lot of people are assuming, and that could be correct. At this point, we just don't know. Like I said, things are changing, and we haven't been able to ask those questions about what happened, why we're not getting that actual person here to talk anymore, why we're just getting a formal statement. Is something still actively happening back there in that neighborhood? Now, you and people looking down from our cameras from above, they probably have a better view than where we are now. The media set up location for where they initially said to come. They've pushed us.
Now, Dolly Vision is a channel that's also by there, and apparently he ran into a dead body. of someone that ended his own life, and he had like a panic attack about it. And then Canada in the chat saying someone fled from a home, that the SWAT team. I don't know where he got that from, though. All right, Tim. Thanks for all your help here this evening. I wasn't expecting to go this long. But you have a great rest of your night. Bella says a neighbor is saying these things allegedly right now. Anything people say, be guarded. Oh, so Bella, the neighbor is saying that about person fleeing from the house? Where'd you see that? Yeah, there's so many things being said that you got to kind of decipher what's true and what's not true, you know? It might be true. I mean, it might be true, but I'm not going to say it's true. I'm not going to say it's true until I know it's true. And sometimes, I mean, that's the thing. Something that's completely false and true can look the same in the beginning, right? Woo, 1,000 likes. Are we there? Yeah, Dolly Vision, not Dolly Parton, hot ham. Smart move, Bella. I mean, I have to be that way too, right? That's why, like, when people tell me things, I try to get to all the sources and get where they heard it from. Yeah, let me know then, Canada. Let me know. Right on, chat. Thank you very much. Took us 4 hours and 25 minutes, but we did it. Better late than never. And make sure you're subscribed while you're here too. But so let's toy with that theory though for a minute. So if someone did flee the scene, that looks like the behavior of a guilty person, right? A guilty person or someone that has something else to hide, whether it's about Nancy Guthrie or not. Yeah, Canada's chats have been having some trouble. Right now, all we can do is wait for law enforcement and hear from the horse's mouth. Yeah, Bella, that's ideal. I would love for Pima County to say one more thing before they go to bed. I mean, it's only 12:41 where they are. 2:41 where I am. Lucky for everyone, I'm a vampire. But I've got nothing on Kat being a vampire. She's 6 hours in front of me. Thank you, The Quiet Fun. This is fun and interesting, even if it's somber. Right on, Risk. I appreciate you. Yeah, well, YouTube was messing with us, which is annoying. And it's frustrating, annoying, but nothing we can do about it. Well, Brady, it's funny you ask. There's been a bunch of interesting things in the last couple hours. SWAT teams went to an area. FBI came in there. Forensics came in there. Medical examiners came in there. Allegedly, someone fled a house and then shot himself. Allegedly. And depending on all that stuff going on, it's like, I think either Nancy's going to be found dead or she's not there. One or the other. That's what I think. Yep, the Wizard of Radical Self-Respect and the Shepherd of Black Sheep is certainly a night owl, that's for sure. I'm turning into more and more of a vampire and night owl as I do this, because doing these streams, like, you know, it doesn't seem hard, but it kind of gets you wired in a way where it's kind of like, I don't know, something about the attention and stimulation, like gets to your head a little bit, and then it's hard to you can't go to sleep right after. You kind of have to wind down. So I'm turning more and more into a vampire. So no allegedly news is a tow truck is pulling a Range Rover away. How the Range Rover is related, I don't know. That's maybe the traffic stop that Brian Etten was talking about before. So again, what is this all? I mean, there's a lot of people that seem involved in this. So what the heck is going on? How could there be so many people involved? Like, what are they doing? I mean, it's weird, you know? It's weird.
Just back, we're on the other side of the street from where it is blocked off. And from here, you can't see the house that they are going into. You can only see the cars that we've listed and the law enforcement vehicles making their way through. But we know that because so many different agencies are now involved, at least the ones that are here tonight, I think it's understandable that it's taking some time, but we're just waiting for a response to come out to us and hopefully give us an update.
And Megan, I want to lean into some of your experience working in the Tucson market. When interacting with Sheriff Chris Nanos, I'm sure sometimes during the stories you covered, he is getting quite a lot of criticism, whether it's fair or unfair, by the handling of this situation. Obviously, I think at first he probably talked too much, and now we haven't heard from him for quite a while in terms of a press briefing situation. Do you think, obviously this is such a huge story, is the Pima County Sheriff's Department kind of ready for something like this, a major worldwide story? This kind of stuff really doesn't happen in Tucson, or, it seems like it's pretty quiet down there usually.
You know what, I would say that it is, and I would say that this situation doesn't happen in a lot of places. This is a very bizarre situation. I mean, we're talking about ransom notes, deadlines, Bitcoin transfers, someone being abducted from their home. There is just so much of this that is a kind of a crazy situation. It's heartbreaking and really scary, and I don't know. I would imagine that the Sheriff's Department has not had to deal with anything like this here in Tucson or through any of their experiences. That's why I think the FBI did join this effort. Hopefully they can bring a little more help to the situation, and then we'll see what was happening here. We know that it's not just the Pima County Sheriff's Department and the FBI anymore. It's different.
We really don't know. We really don't know. Not Ryan, but Slate. We don't know how they got any of it. They're kind of keeping it closed-lipped a little bit.
Police departments, SWAT is out here. There's so many people involved in at least tonight. So we'll see how that carries out throughout the rest of the investigation.
Yeah, and then along with local and national media, this has almost become sort of a cottage industry right now on social with these online sleuths who are now out there. There was a guy earlier today who was online streaming just at another location in Marana of police vehicles and was having like 55,000 people watching it live. So you've got the eyes of the world on this little Catalina Foothills neighborhood.
Completely. I think it's captured the attention of people across the entire country. Like I said, of course, it's heartbreaking and so scary is part of it, but it's just also so interesting the way that this is playing out. It has now been, it'll be 2 weeks tomorrow since Nancy Guthrie was last seen, and we are just still waiting for so many answers. But yeah, I mean, we have national, we have local media, we have people that are streamers on social media and YouTube, and we were following some of them as well, seeing what they were watching and what the questions that they had as well. It's just really capturing the attention of a lot of people. And I'm sure that this is where, it's a double-edged sword for the FBI and the Pima County Sheriff's Department, where we're in a situation where everyone is playing detective. Everyone is trying to figure out what happened to Nancy Guthrie. And I think the positives of that is this large community force behind this investigation of people looking for her, trying to find their own information and sending in these tips. We know the FBI has received thousands of tips. I think the latest update that we got was that the FBI had received 13,000 tips, and that I think was before the initial description of the suspect. So I can only imagine that the tips have increased. But at the same time, you have a lot of people, like you said, that are criticizing this investigation. They're wanting to know more than what the FBI and the Sheriff's Department are choosing to reveal. But I think at this point, we just have to hope that they know more than they're revealing, and that hopefully tonight we can.
Yeah, certainly. Happy Valentine's Day to everybody. So now, I also think now they're not going to tell us. I don't think they're going to tell us tonight. I thought they were going to. But now I don't think so. I think they're going to wait for tomorrow morning. So what might happen here is I might do a surprise stream tomorrow in the morning or early afternoon. How about that? How about them apples, baked cat? Good timing for me, Jared. It's 11:48 a.m. here, which means where in the world are you, Big Cat? So what time is it where I am? So it's 2:48. So you're 7 to 9 hours ahead. Are you in Russia? Eastern Europe. Right, Livin? I'm sweet enough to be everyone's Valentine. Who needs chocolates when there's a shepherd of black sheep here at your service? Yeah, but what time? What? Yeah, where are you, Baked? Almost 3 a.m. where I am here too. Ah, welcome to Quiet Fun. I'm in New Jersey, Eastern Standard Time, coming up on 3 a.m. But that'll be the plan. I think there's going to be some big news tomorrow morning, which is rare for this case because usually the big news is later in the day. But I think tomorrow might be an exception. There's going to be news in the morning or early afternoon, maybe early afternoon. And if there is, I'm going to come on live so you all know. So all 2,900 of you that are here, I'm going to pop live as soon as this thing gets something. As soon as there's news, boom. You're the best, Maureen. You helped me get there. I appreciate you too. Maureen's been a good member of the community here for the last... How long have you been here, Maureen? Couple weeks? Few weeks? Month? Couple months? I can't tell anymore. Yeah, Range Rover being towed away. Interesting. So impounding. Just like Annie's car was impounded, right?
Get some of those answers.
Yeah, and sometimes in that vacuum when there's not a lot of information coming from law enforcement, it gets filled with rumor and innuendo and speculation, which we have definitely seen in this case. And you make a good point, Megan. What we should not lose sight of in this case is Nancy Guthrie, an 84-year-old mother, grandmother, living alone in that home, who can't imagine what it was like when she came face to face with that person who was on her porch in that mask and the backpack and the weapon. I mean, it's frightening to think about that. So we cannot lose sight of the fact that the real effort here is to find her and hopefully bring her back safely and that she's still alive. That's, I think, what everyone is just, why so many people are watching this and waiting for any bit of information.
100%. I think that as much as people are curious and want to know what's going on, there is just a huge Tucson community and people extended that just are feeling for the Guthrie family, and they want answers for them as well. You talked about speculation, and that's something that the Sheriff's Department actually addressed today, specifically with the gloves, which we've been talking about, which I just think this is important to note because we were talking about speculation and rumor and how things go. They went out of their way to not only clarify that gloves, they did find them about 2 miles away from the home, and that's part of the investigation, but specifically noting that there were reports, rumors, whatever you want to call it.
Right on, Bella. So you'll see this. So, Livin, you've missed a lot since you fell asleep there. What you missed is the FBI and a bunch of vehicles and the medical examiners and the forensics. They all went to this place about a couple miles from Nancy Guthrie's home. And from there, there's another traffic stop or something happened. Someone ended their own life, apparently, allegedly. Might have been in connection to the case. Maybe they're guilty in some way. I don't know. But there's been a lot of stuff going on here. So some people saying they did not find gloves. Other people said there was gloves in Nancy's home. So the person that ended their own life, this guy named Dolly, was apparently walking up on it and like saw it and then deleted the stream. And then did a 15-minute video about it and then deleted that too. So it's like, what? So who that person was will be very telling. Certainly the actions of someone that has at the very least something to hide or is guilty in some way. But what it is, I don't know. What did they do? I don't know. 11. So some people are saying that person fled from a home, that the SWAT team, the SWAT he came from the home that the SWAT was trying to like invade or raid, not invade, raid. And so that's maybe a good sign they were on to something there. But overall, I'm still very confused at what the heck they're doing over there. Like, why did they do this? But whatever it is, I'm promising you there's going to be some big announcements tomorrow. How about that? So we'll be wrapping up this here in a minute here, though. Dolly didn't say he saw the guy end himself. He said he saw the first police investigating before they covered the body. Yeah, so I didn't say he saw it. I said he saw the body. That's what at least someone was saying to me in the chat, is that they said he saw the body. And then he had like a panic attack. He didn't actually see the act. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Hot hand. That's what I thought. Abu Dhabi. How about that, baked cat? It's like by the Middle East. So again, you'd have to ask yourself, why would they do that? Got to be guilty, right? Police scanner said unalive person was hit and run, another crime scene. Really? So, I mean, if that's the case, then that wouldn't be related at all. But you never know. You never know. We'll see. Everything's allegedly right now. But I'm glad Abu Dhabi's representing. Speculative, but possibly NG found in Range Rover. Family didn't know about it until police show up. Suspect offs himself. Car found at restaurant. But there could always be other stuff. You know, I'm not going to rule it out, but I'm certainly not going to say yes. DNA, is that of the victim? So many different parts.
Of gloves being found inside the home, and the Pima County Sheriff's Department went out of their way to say that is not true. So I think they're battling, I'm sure, with the back and forth of trying to reveal information and also make sure that the incorrect information that is out there is being shut down quickly as well.
All right, Megan, thank you. We'll continue to stand by, obviously, as we wait for any more information from the Pima County Sheriff's Department. And we'll let you refresh and check your email and see if anything came in there. Let's take another look right now at the tweets that the department, or I guess X account that the department has put out now. You'll see the one that...
Have a great night, sweet Caroline. I'm about to wrap this up here too in a minute. Yeah, this is Fox 10. Well, we're getting more conflicting reports. But all right, people. I think we're not going to get any big announcement tonight. Yeah, I'm tired. I've been on here for almost 5 hours. We'll be back here tomorrow night, and there'll be some good news. I think there'll be news of some sort, late morning or early afternoon, I bet. And correct, Bella, the process of crime, I can't even read or speak anymore. The process of crime cases is slow. Yes. The processing of crime scenes is slow. With JLR all day, you should come visit me more often than Josh, than just watching JLR. Thank you, Corey. But yeah, let's wrap this up here. We're not going to get anything tonight, but I'm going to have probably an emergency stream during the day to warn you about that now. So you know. So thank you very much, everyone who liked the video. If you're still here and you didn't like the video, make sure you like it. Subscribe to the channel. Broke into your show. You didn't break into the show. Bella, you got it, sweet Caroline. Thank you for all of your support. It's very appreciated. And I don't forget it. Culver's. I don't know what this Culver's name is and how they're related. I guess we'll find out tomorrow. Dominic Evans and his mom were detained. I mean, who are they? We don't know who else was detained, and we don't know who was at Culver's. Who are the Culvers? I don't know. But yes, like the video on your way out, subscribe to the channel, and I'll be back tomorrow for sure. It might be earlier first. Okay, Bella. So that's another place where someone was. I mean, that part of the story, I'm only hearing bits and pieces of it. I saw a little bit of it in the NBC story, but no one else is reporting it. I mean, Ryan Netton, Ashley Banfield, Megyn Kelly. And as far as I know, the live streams didn't report it. Did JLR report it? No. Did Jay for Justice report it? No. Like, where were they? You got to just. So did they? Did they post about the ending of their own life thing? If they did, I didn't hear about it. So even people in JLR's chat is about like talking about Culver's. What is going on? Can someone tell me about Culver's first? So what happened to that restaurant? Why so many people are talking about it? And where are they finding the information about it? Yeah, but what was it? What was Culver's? Car towed away from Culver's is what happened? Is that where the Range Rover was? Okay. Thank you, Mac. Oh, see, Mac's at the very beginning, at the very end. There he is. And who do they think was the owner of the Range Rover? Two hit and run fatalities that were unrelated. All right. You got it, the quiet fun. So I heard what JLR, he's headed to Culver's now, but there's nothing going on there now. The Range Rover's already pulled, towed. Is today your birthday, Livin'? Ah, thank you, sweet Caroline. STS Nation SWAT on the move 70 minutes ago. They said they lost their live stream to crime scene. Ah, okay. That makes sense. When's your birthday, Livin'?
Here you go. It's blocked. It's blocked. He blocked it.
Oh, here's where some of the other media is set up.
Yeah, here's somewhere some of the other media set up. He blocked it.
You too, Bella.
Locked. This is where they went. Yeah, that's where they went. So. Let me just give you an example of where we're at.
This is JLR's chat or stream. He's going over there to that Culver's restaurant, but there's nothing to see there. The Range Rover's been towed.
So it's somewhere in there. Because we were up here, perched up here.
Wow, thank you for the super.
Well, what's crazy is, okay, so now let me just show you something here. But I'm gonna put in Nancy's address here, just to show.
He's just, doing something to do something, right? Because right now, let's face it, JLR is doing very good with all these streams. So he's going to want to stay live as long as possible to get as many views as possible, as many super chats as possible, and as much money as possible. That's how it goes. So why wouldn't he? Yeah, so there's not anything to cover there. So yes, 1,000 likes again, Eva. I appreciate everybody. The quiet fun. But all right, yeah, it's time to, you don't have to go home, but you can't stay here. But you should watch the Dr. Z interview I did today, or I posted today. She's going to be a guest with me on some of these live streams at a point. She's smart. Yes, you better believe it, Bella. You can say that again. Tomorrow's going to be a big one. It might actually be the crescendo of this whole thing. And then we'll be on to the next thing. Maybe the next thing's Epstein. We'll have to see. Yeah, JLR might, but there's not going to be anything until late morning, early afternoon, Arizona time. Right. Exactly right, Josh. Exactly right. So with that, everyone, thank you very much. But I'm tired now. So thanks for being here. Thanks for liking. Thanks for subscribing. I'll be back. For those of us that don't know you well, tell us a short. So I call myself the Wizard of Radical Self-Respect and the Shepherd of Black Sheep. I got personal experience with mental health addiction. I'm on the spectrum, and with narcissistic abuse. And so those are the things I talk about. I do interviews about them. I've gone to school for addictions counseling and mental health counseling. But I'm someone that struggled with anxiety and depression. I later learned it was because I was neurodivergent. And then I self-medicated with drugs and alcohol, went down that path for a while, then got better with all that after I've gotten into a lot of trouble, then went to school for like trying to help people what I've been through with addiction. Then I transferred that to mental health. And then I found a relationship with a covert narcissistic woman, and that woke me up to a lot of things about myself and about my family dynamics. And that's what I wound up talking about even more so because I have a lot of experience with it. Yes. Well, autistic, not neurodivergent. Autistic. But they used to say Asperger's. Mac and cheese, probably. But that's my elevator speech. And what I do now is I go live almost every night and talk about current events or true crime. And I use my experience with mental health and addiction, autism and narcissistic abuse, and I apply it to those things. So that's what I do. Thank you very much, The Quiet Fun. I'm glad you found me. We have a great flock of black sheep here of people that are like us. So there's people here on the spectrum. Some people have ADHD, AUDHD. There's people that have been victimized by narcissistic people here. Some bipolar people here. There's probably some borderline people here. BPD. All sorts. Yeah, I've been through the ringer, Bella. But the way I choose to see it is it helped me to be the person I am today. So I can help people with the things that I've been through. It's like they say, the calm sea never made a skilled sailor. Yep. I get it, Tim. So people have been here with addiction stuff, mental health stuff. But I think the right people find the chat. That's what I would say. Yeah, I've been through all that. I talk sometimes about supplements about it too. Some intuitions. I like hearing some intuitions. But yes, all the black sheep are welcome here. We got a cool community here that's very supportive of one another. And we have some fun in here. We joke around. It's good stuff. Yeah, recovered alcoholic. Awesome. Son is on the spectrum. Yeah. And that's common. I think there are people that are on the spectrum, especially if they have anxiety, they will self-medicate for sure. Jared, it was News Nation that said the white van traffic stop was related. Okay. I know there was the Range Rover pulled from Culver's restaurant. Thank you, Tone Tech. I appreciate you. And Canada, we're going to be back again tomorrow. There's probably going to be a special report late morning, early afternoon, Arizona time. And I want to make sure that I'm here for it. Let's see what News Nation has to say. Well, we'll watch this and we're going to turn it off. How about that?
There's still a massive law enforcement presence at the house right now, Jesse.
Oh, wrong one. No, right one. Is it? No, I must be.
There were already a ton of deputies and SWAT vehicles. And then, as you mentioned, we saw just a huge contingent of FBI agents arrive, at least 10 cars, and what looked like sort of an evidence unit that arrived maybe a half an hour ago. I'll step out of the way and show you. This is as close as we can get right now. You can't really see down the street where all the activity is. That deputy that you see there in the distance is blocking the street, but it's about 5 or 6 houses down where we know this SWAT operation happened, and where I'm told there is also a search warrant that is being executed right now. What I am being told is that when they went to this house initially, they pulled out a man and a woman, possibly a mother and a son, I'm being told. They came out willingly. So there was no need for any sort of force or flashbangs. It was very, very quiet. We were right down the street when it happened, and we didn't hear pretty much anything. It was quiet because they came out willingly, I am told, and were detained. And at the same time, interestingly, there was another male detained not far from here during a traffic stop that I am told is related. Whether that person also lives in the house, that's what I'm hearing. I haven't been able to fully confirm that yet. But there was another man detained in a traffic stop close by, and I'm told that person was going to get food and it happened near a Culver's restaurant where that person was detained. How all of this connects back to the Nancy Guthrie investigation, we don't know, but we do know that this is part of the Nancy Guthrie investigation, and it is somehow connected. They're questioning these people right now. Is this going to turn into something, or is this going to be similar to what we saw several nights ago near the Mexico border when that other man, Carlos, was detained and then they ended up letting him go? We just don't know at this point, Jesse.
And you were told that this operation is going to last quite a while. I mean, what can we expect tomorrow with this?
Yeah, I mean, based on what I'm seeing, I don't get the sense that anybody's going to be leaving anytime soon. And when we were inside the perimeter closer, when we finally got kicked out, they came up to us and said, you guys have to go and we're going to be here pretty much. And I said, how long? And he goes, pretty much all night, which is sort of the sense that I'm getting to, that they're at least going to be there for several hours longer, especially since we just saw all of those additional FBI teams roll in.
collecting, processing evidence, maybe doing interviews of neighbors. I mean, we played an interview that was you guys did on the ground with someone there. I have to tell you, Brian, I'm wondering what's leading them there. Today was a very interesting day when they talk about the collection of DNA. And I'll just go back to that for a second. I mean, you've been covering this from the beginning.
Oh.
Do you think there was something that led them there, whether it's the surveillance footage, whether it's the, the idea of collecting DNA, the gloves? Now there's been potential identifications of the clothing worn by the suspect. What's your gut telling you about what might have led them there? Because it seemed like, my guests have been saying, it looks like they were under surveillance for a little bit.
Yeah, it's my understanding that someone in the home was under surveillance, and I was getting, indications from my sources really starting in the late afternoon that something might be going down tonight. And then we reported when the SWAT team was staging. They staged at 2 different locations that we were at. They were all gathering together, and you got the sense that they were getting ready to do something. Granted, we've seen them do that other nights, and nothing has transpired, so we weren't really sure which way it was going to go tonight. And then, lo and behold, they staged at one location. They moved to a different location very close to the house, and then they moved in on the house pretty much at the same time that we know they moved in on that traffic stop, Jesse. Whether it has anything to do with the announcement by the sheriff that DNA was found inside the home, my sense is it doesn't. That this was someone who is probably already on their radar and under surveillance, but we're just going to have to wait and see. Any idea of identities of these people? No, we don't have names. We don't have identities. We don't, looks like there's someone else coming out here. So let me step out of the way. You can see who this is. But we do not, looks like this is maybe one of the SWAT units now leaving, Jesse. They've been there for a long time. I actually thought maybe these SWAT units would have left earlier once everything sort of calmed down. But yeah, this is what we saw roll in earlier. There were 2 of these, and that's how we knew that it was serious when you see these SWAT guys and everybody inside had their armor, and they weren't taking any chances earlier.
So whatever they are, they're thinking they're armed and dangerous, apparently.
But now they're starting to roll out, Jesse.
Thank you for watching. Subscribe below and download our News Nation.
No, Chris Cuomo. So yeah, I mean, they abducted Nancy. If they suspect they've abducted Nancy, they're going to be armed and dangerous, right? No updates. There's going to be an update, I think, tomorrow morning, late morning, Arizona time, early afternoon. McCormick Park closure. We will, just maybe not tonight. Anthony Fleming, interviewed by Janet Shepard. What is that all about? McCormick Park closure?
All right, well, now to Midtown. Police have closed off McCormick Park.
Yeah, and it's KGUN 9's JJ McKinney is at the park to find out what has caused this closure.
As you can see right behind me, Tucson PD has taped off McCormick Park to address what they believe are safety concerns within this community. The conditions of the park have raised alarms to police and those living in the community.
Well, then which one? What's it called? I don't see anything. All right. Either way, it's time to go to bed. Bye, everybody. Till next time, till tomorrow morning, I'll be back. But time to sign off here. But I'll be back as soon as there's breaking news, whether that's the late morning or early afternoon, whatever it is, I'll be here. It's with Japhet Serrata, but like where? That's not in the title anywhere. Look, where? Japhet Serrata, where? No, it doesn't say anything. Why am I even looking this up anyway? Where? Well, then I can't help you if you don't know the name of the clip. Okay. It's time to go. I'll be back tomorrow in the morning or the afternoon. We'll see. But till then, you guys have a good night.